a man can get.
Yeah.
I actually met one of the guys that set up L'Oreal, and he had fantastic hair.
Did he?
Like, really old.
Oh, wow.
You know, you look at, I was like, your hair's lovely. And he was like, oh, I'm L'Oreal.
I'm Mr. L'Oreal.
And I was like, oh, wow.
Denmark, they do alright, don't they, in K2s often?
Was it Norway?
No.
Dirty tactics.
Solvik, not so good in his K1. He was alright on the short course, but not on the long course. Spain always put out a decent K2, but I don't know which one. Over there.
Oh, hello. I'm not here. No. Want coffee? Oh, yeah. Thank you.
I'm not here before. Here we go. Oh, not sure I like that.
Hello. A very warm welcome to all of you to the last day of this Canoe Marathon European Championship. Good morning, Ivan. Good morning, Orlando.
Good morning, good morning. It's a beautiful day here in Ponte de Lima for the Canoe Marathon European Championships final day. It's a massive schedule today, starting off with the junior men. It's only 17 degrees at the moment, but I can assure you it will warm up later. We're looking at a beautiful course. The boys are out on the course. Here comes the sun for the day, and it's going to be here all day today. There's your big cheeses. Ruud Heisler, top of the tree. Brian Chapman, the course umpire. Edwige Bacchus, the safety officer, and Anastasia Segeva, the deputy chief official. So if you get in trouble, they're the four faces you'll see today. Beautiful shot of the bridge, Italian K2, junior men going under that bridge. They're on at 9 o'clock. Then at 11, it's the turn of the K2 senior women. They'll be on the course at the same time as the C2 senior men. And then it'll be the presentation for the junior men. In the afternoon, we've got the K2 senior men, which after yesterday's K1 race promises to be a real spectacle. Then a couple of medal ceremonies, then a closing ceremony, and then the final medal ceremony of the week.
O Ivan, então, aqui a fazer a antecipação do dia de hoje. Temos a primeira regata prevista já para as 9 da manhã. A competição far-se-á no K2 Júnior masculino, onde vão entrar em ação 2 tripulações portuguesas.
So there's the boats they'll be in. 2 athletes, obviously, in a K2. That's what the 2 stands for. Boats all uniform length, 650 centimetres. They can be shorter, they can't be longer. Minimum weight of 12 kilos. Here's the course. Overview of the course. Aerial shot of the historic bridge in Ponte de Lima. Just below that bridge, the start line. And the first pit of the course is round the bottom turn and back to us in front of commentary. No portage on the first lap, that's that whole yellow line. On the second set of laps, the blue line, portage in front of us in commentary, up round the top turn and back to the bridge. And the number of blue laps is dictated by what class you're in. The final lap, round the pink line, the short lap, round the boys and straight back to the finish. So all quiet here at the moment. There's your lineup. Mentons and Smids from Belgium. Amundsen, Solvik from Norway. Gotzel and Geik from Germany. Lumen and Van Uitvank from Belgium. Lanksy and Budai from Hungary. Maya and Palinkas from Hungary. The 2 Hungarians together and have to be a force. Butterley and Smythe, they're going to be up there as well. They were both up the sharp end yesterday. Alonso and Garcia, seen them warming up. They also look good. The 2 Portuguese together, Cruz, Barros, Velaca and Enriquez. Next to the other Spaniard, Raniero and Martinez. Then Candela and Alan. Candela, the winner yesterday, just ahead of Will Short, who's in the boat next to him with Alex Morgan. Saltuni and Spaldacini from Italy to their other side, along with Jensen and Thing from Denmark and Miemann and Fink from Germany. 6 laps, 5 portages and 1 small lap.
E daqui a pouco então vamos ter o início da primeira prova deste último dia de competições aqui em Ponte de Lima, Campeonato da Europa de Maratona. E como disseste há pouco, Carla, vamos ter os nossos portugueses em competição.
É verdade, 2 tripulações lusas que vão alinhar nesta que será a primeira regata do dia. Primeira embarcação constituída por Edgar Cruz e Nuno Barros, e depois na segunda embarcação lusa vão alinhar o Ian Vilaça, fazendo prova com o Bruno Henriques. Já aqui vimos o Nuno Barros competir, ele foi 10º classificado na prova longa, competindo em K1, agora vai competir com o Edgar Cruz, que faz a sua estreia neste Campeonato de Europa. Quanto ao Bruno Henriques, ele também já competiu neste europeu, no IT, na quinta-feira. É isso? Quinta,
foi na
Orlando?
Sim, quinta-feira.
E agora vai alinhar então nesta embarcação dupla.
As coisas não lhe correram bem nesse dia, mas chegou-me a informação que ele estaria adoentado. Também pareceu que estava abaixo daquilo que ele tem mostrado durante a época, sim. Portanto, o Bruno Henriques ali a ter um dia mau na prova curta, aquém das suas capacidades, mas temos a certeza que hoje fará melhor. Também um pouco inspirado pela prestação do irmão ontem.
Que foi soberba também, esteve ali uma prova em que ficamos todos ali de queixo caído com a sua garra, sempre ali a provocar muitos estragos no início da prova.
Boys all on the line and away they go. We're just lacking our track information, so our information could be a little vague or potentially even wrong in the early stages of this, but the boys away well. Boats to look out for, the Italian boats, they're quite distinctive with the red and white and green noses. Hungarians both together, they're the white boats with the white shirts, helpfully. Red boat of Morgan and Short, they're going right out to the right-hand side. Not sure what's happened there. That doesn't look good for them. That looks like maybe potentially rudder issues. I know they had their rudder fixed before the race. So Spaniards and Hungarians, Palinkas and Maya in boat 6. Morgan and Short, red boat at the back of that group. On the left, in a similar looking red boat, you got the Germans, I think, of Mieman and Fink. But for now, it's Meyer and Palinkas, Lanksy and Budai from Hungary, Raniero and Martinez from Spain, next to Alonso and Garcia from Spain. Portuguese up there too, as are the Italians in the blue boats. Great British crew making tough work of it, just trying to get in contact with the main group before the turn. Squeeze coming on as they come together before that bottom turn. Is not a picture that the Great British team want to see. There's chaos there. Sweden in the yellow shirt struggling to get around that turn. But Hungary out in front. Hungary 1 and 2. Spain 1 and 2 up there. Portugal, Denmark, Italy, Ireland and Italy. It looks like the Irish potentially coming up the outside in the blue boat. It will all begin to settle in a minute. Yeah, that was the Irish with Butterley and Smythe. Smythe driving, Butterley trying to keep in time with him. Italians come across the back. Candela on the right of shot. They're back with the Great British crew. They're the two winners from yesterday and both having a torrid time by the look of it. Norwegians far right. Sweden way off in the background there. Or that could be Belgium, sorry. They're also in yellow shirts. So Hungary, Spain, Ireland, Portugal, it's a fine hair of Enriquez blowing in the wind at the back of that group. He is worth it.
Quanto aqui à dupla portuguesa, dizer que o Ian Vilaça, que está a estrear-se, no ano passado participou pela primeira vez em provas internacionais, competindo no Campeonato do Mundo de Mar. Ele conseguiu o 4º lugar competindo em SS2 Júnior e foi 7º competindo em SS1. A prova foi realizada na Madeira, em Portugal.
So no Portage, obviously, on this first lap. The Irish doing well, hanging in on the back of that group, as are the Italians. Perhaps not the Italians we'd have expected to be there, Salcuni and Spadacini, but both those crews really struggling now to keep with the pace of the Hungarians. Hungarians changing lead at the front. It's now Meyer and Palinkas taking the lead. So they all go through. It's going to be tight on that bridge arch as they come through. Got Candela way back at the moment. There we go. The group narrows down to 2 at a time. Hungary, Spain. And the pace is super high. Super high. Ireland and Italy, the two Italians almost together now, but still off the pace. It will all calm down later. Norway leading Portugal, Great Britain and Germany. Belgium on the outside, Germany 2, and then the second Belgian crew just bringing up the rear at the moment. As they go upstream, it's still the two blue boats of Ireland and Italy desperately clinging on to that group. It's a long and winding road from here to the finish.
From what we saw from the K1 with the Leonardo Candela, everything can happen. Because he was in the back for a long time and then he went into the leading group and was able to win the Kayak 1 race. Leonardo Candela.
Was one of the big surprises on the previous days.
It was.
So we have Portages to negotiate still in this race. It's not going to be easy. They're all going to need help at some point.
Quanto aos portugueses, ali a dupla Ian Vilaça e Bruno Henrique estão no top 5. Aliás, no grupo da frente, com 7 embarcações, vão ali mais ou menos em 5º lugar.
Portugal tried coming up the right-hand side. It opened up a space for the Spaniards to form a traditional V-wash, but now, again, the blue boat of Spain has dropped back onto the tail of the Hungarians. Still, there's a little window of opportunity up the right-hand side for the Portuguese, but we know it's shallow up there, or there's trees under the water. There is a danger up that side of the river. But Hungary looking super strong at the front of this, just as the two junior women's K2s did yesterday. Hungary asserting their dominance over this field at the moment. Everything to play for, though.
Orlando, e ali a dupla portuguesa a remar mais junto à margem. Tem que ter cuidado ali, olha, com o obstáculo natural
this
que
is
estamos
tight.
a falar.
A last-minute change of plan from the Spaniards to go around the right-hand side of that tree. They took the Portuguese with them, but they've all come back together safely. That's a very late decision from the Spaniards there.
E o grupo parece que vai aumentar. Neste momento estão 5 no grupo da frente, mas aqui mais 2 embarcações.
São os italianos que vêm de trás e que vimos na prova de ontem. O Leonardo Candela andou ali muito atrasado e depois na volta final conseguiu apanhar o grupo e acabou mesmo por vencer. Para já os portugueses a aguentarem-se muito bem. Sim. Num grupo que os húngaros estão a impor um ritmo muito forte, está completamente alongado. Vai ser muito importante estarem atentos ali na rondagem, acima, ligeiramente atrasados agora. Mas muito jovens, mas uma tática de prova não permitem que ninguém esteja na onda tripla, sempre com mudanças de posição. Muito interessante de ver esta prova do K2 Juniors.
The Spanish up the front end, they're not playing particularly nicely together. They're holding each other off washes that could open up for them. So I'm not sure if there's history between those two boats. But so far, we haven't seen a leader other than the Hungarians. It's the Portuguese just off the back of that front group, the 2 Spaniards behind the 2 Hungarians, and Portugal have got a long route round to the side of Hungary. And I'm not sure if they've got the power to do it. Those Hungarians stretching that group out. You can see the gaps just beginning to grow. Everyone's learning that route right down the left-hand side on the big waves has been successful. We saw it in the men's race yesterday. We saw it a couple of years ago. But it's that is a thin and stressed group at the moment.
É aqui, de facto, eles adotarem o que vimos ser feito ontem, pagaiarem na outra margem. Os portugueses seguem agora ligeiramente descaídos, estão ali na posição 5 e ainda a remar com uma trajetória um pouco diferente das 4 embarcações da frente.
Estão ali a apanhar aquela onda lateral mais afastada. Vamos ver se conseguem subir. Eu recordo que os atuais campeões da Europa nesta disciplina são os portugueses João Sousa e Francisco Batista. O João Sousa, que competiu na prova de sub-23, andou muito bem, acabou depois no 6º lugar, se não me falha a memória, mas uma grande prova, aquém daquilo que mostrou durante toda a competição, mas também a poucos segundos do primeiro classificado.
Foi uma prova espetacular, aquela a que assistimos, e este 6º lugar diz pouco do que significou durante todo o percurso. Um grupo muito numeroso do princípio ao fim, e tudo foi decidido mesmo nos momentos finais,
Sim, com o Francisco Santos a terminar no segundo lugar.
com a medalha de prata, que foi um excelente resultado.
Front
Também.
Hungarians put their paddles down, the others take over the lead. We'll see now with the blue boat of Spain that's been holding that half V to hold their mates off. As they've done it again. There's not a lot of love lost between those Spanish crews. They're not best friends for sure. Finally, though, the V has opened up for the Spaniards in the white boat.
There's no cooperation with
It doesn't
between
seem
the
to
crews
be
from
at
Spain,
the moment.
Ivan.
It doesn't seem to be.
No.
Portuguese just off the back. Still looking lovely. And that's going to be a long day. Just behind the Portuguese is about 60 meters back to the two blue boats that we saw dropping off the group earlier. That was the Irish and Italy 1. But Italy 2 has rejoined them, and it potentially a group of 4 now with Short and Morgan from Great Britain as well. So we've got 4, 1, 4 with 100 meters between the two groups of 4. So not over yet. We've seen so many times in this championship that second group gradually whittle down the lead.
Especially in the junior team, in the junior race.
Exactly.
You saw Leonardo Candela.
And by Candela, who's in the same position again today as he was yesterday. And if the front group, well, the Hungarians are working together, I think. They're trading leads. The Spanish are seemingly at the moment not. And you know, a group like that, all you need is love, but they don't have it at the moment, do they? It's two working against each other. Portuguese having a solid effort again now. Maybe they're climbing over one of the waves. It's really tough to see from commentary, but when you're in the boat, you can see each individual wave, and you can rest for a while, then you have to climb. Second group just going across the front of us is very close, really, to those Portuguese. Probably about 50, 60 meters. Portuguese under the bridge now, and that chase group is about 50 meters away. So about 100 meters between the lead group and the second group, with the Portuguese trapped somewhere in between.
Do lado lá, ali junto à igreja, também vemos a segunda embarcação portuguesa, tripulada por Edgar Cruz e Nuno Barros. Edgar Cruz, que está aqui com a participação neste europeu a concretizar o seu grande objetivo para esta época. Atleta do Clube Náutico de Crestuma, treinado por Eduardo Mendonça.
Four very well drilled K2s. Some big lads in there, especially in the Hungarian boat. Away goes Spain for the first time. Perhaps sensing that something is happening behind them, but the Hungarians are saying no fairly quickly to that. Spain 2 coming around the outside, thinking that the second Hungarian crew will take the lead, and they made a good choice. Spain Blue still not giving up the chase on the right-hand side here. Hungarians look super strong, now dropping back into the V. You can tell how fast they're going by how far back on the wave they're all having to sit. This is a high-speed K2 group at the moment, and they're stretching the lead on that second group.
E agora vemos a segunda embarcação de Espanha encaixar na tripla. São o Jaime Reineiro e o Dário Martínez, que estão ali na embarcação azul.
Coming down to the canoe club down by the turn, where there was a very nice officials dinner last night, apparently. Did you get invited? Were you there? Yeah, not me. No.
I was invited, but I was not there.
Okay. Well, at least you got an invitation. I mean, I kind of loitered around, hoping that someone would invite me, but no, you know.
What to say? Oh, but you are all the time well treated here.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah, I am very well treated here, and you know, it'd been a hard day's night, and I had to get to bed early anyway, so we cracked on. I was in bed by 8:30. Yep. And then the rowdy officials, they come back drunk at night. Make it, I think, you know, I'm not saying.
You can't say this
No?
here on the microphone.
Perhaps
No
I'm
at all.
joking, though, eh?
Yeah,
All that noise.
don't
I've been
be
asleep for
embarrassed.
hours, then I was woken up, and oh man, they were kicking off. There was all sorts happening. I don't even know. Want to think what was happening out there.
I heard that it was only water.
Oh, is that all?
Oh, Orlando
Yes.
is very well
Sprinkle
informed
water.
as always.
Orlando's
For
got the
dinner.
stats. I was just making
I
up
heard.
stories. Okay, so still Hungary, Spain, and you can see the gap behind. Back to that group of 4, being led currently by Short and Morgan. They do have the persistence and they do have the talent to close this group down. And with the help from Candela, who also has that tenacity we saw yesterday, this race is not over yet.
And talking about statistics in the K2 Junior, this will be the 18th edition. Actually, the 19th one was unofficial in 2021 in Moscow. It was because of the pandemic. The Hungarians were the winners, but only 3 nations racing there.
Well,
7 wins for Hungary, 5 for Spain. So they are the dominant nations. Denmark has 2 golds, Portugal 2 golds, 1 from last year, and Norway 1. These are the 4 nations that were able to be European champions in the kayak double
that's
junior.
not many countries.
No, it's not. Portugal were the winners in the first edition in 1999
With?
Rui Ramos and Pedro Gomes, 1 hour 17:56, and they were the winners in 2024 with João Sousa. We saw him racing in the under 23 with Francisco Santos. He raced with Francisco Batista last year. 1 hour 39 and 1 second was the time of the winners in Poznan on the 28th of July 2024. When the crews approach the medieval bridge again.
Thank for bringing these nice memories, Orlando. Remember that Pedro and Rui, they are both from Clube Náutico de Costume. At that year, I was starting on canoeing world.
Oh my word!
Oh my!
That date, the date you started
yesterday.
canoeing, has gone down in canoeing history. There isn't a canoeing museum without a plaque on the wall dedicated to Carla on the day she started canoeing.
Only.
Whoa, a little bit of tension on the inside. Spanish just tapping the back of the Hungarian boat. Hungary 2 go through, and again the speed goes up. Spain Blue going uphill for now. You can see the bow of their boat way out the water. Working hard to get back to the Hungarians. And there's a little bit of strain on the face of Spain there. And closing down, without a doubt, now is that second group.
With 5
We haven't got
boats.
time to mess about, boys. You've got to press on. A little bit of discussion among that second group as to who's going to take the lead, but it
Candela.
is not working
Italy.
well, that group
Yeah,
together.
the communication
There isn't
is
good
not
communication. And that is going to come down to a 1-boat chase, I think, at the end. And I hope, obviously I hope, it's the Great Britain boat. But that group, disappointing as they came past commentary, that they weren't working together to close the gap on the group in front. There was frustration from the Great Britain crew, a bit of verbal being given out. But when you want to close down and you're not getting any help, that is the way. But these Spaniards are starting to look a little bit vulnerable, I think. There's a lot of strain on the face in the front of that blue boat when they're trying to catch up. Hungarians look steady.
None of them raced the individual race.
No.
Spanish.
And I don't think the Hungarians either. The names don't look
Only
familiar.
Budaj. Budaj was fourth.
Oh, yeah.
And he was in the lead for a long time.
Yeah.
So he finished fourth, but he could got...
So it's
yeah, go.
There's a lot of speed change in that front group for no apparent reason. You've got 4 boats. We could just have it well organised. But there's pressure in that group. Belgians and Germans together, just passing across the front of our commentary position. Anyway, to carry on our conversation about last night, I had a good night and I feel fine. Thank you.
We are glad
So I'm in
for this.
good form this morning, ready to go for another day in the office. The split round the tree, and they're coming back together.
Os portugueses estão agora no segundo grupo, que é bem mais numeroso. Há pouco estávamos ali a contabilizar 5 embarcações, alguma falta de comunicação. Vamos lá ver agora o que é que acontece.
Não, tem ali as equipas, 2 equipas de Itália, tem os britânicos, os portugueses e outra que me está a faltar, e os irlandeses. Atletas que individualmente tiveram prestações muito, muito boas na corrida curta e na longa, com vários medalhados, mas ali a não se entenderem, alguma frustração, alguns gritos aqui à passagem pela nossa bancada, pelo nosso local. Vamos ver se conseguem pôr o ritmo para recuperar. No entanto, parece-me que a Hungria, muito mais que os espanhóis, a cumprir ali na frente, a manter um ritmo muito elevado e a dificultar a vida ao grupo perseguidor, que vemos sair agora da sombra e aparecer aqui. Mas tudo pode mudar, Carla. Com as portagens, tudo pode mudar.
Sim, é verdade.
Slight change in that second group now. It looks like it's down to 3 boats, which might be more useful because it's got Short and Candela and Butterley. The 3 medalists from yesterday are in that second group. We saw Butterley and Short working together yesterday. I'm sure Candela would use some help getting to that front group as well. So perhaps now the motivation is going to be stronger in Group 2. We've got 3 quality crews, 3 top-class athletes, and maybe now we can start to make some inroads from Group 2 back up to Group 1.
O layout na frente de prova mudou, 4-3-2, é assim que vemos agrupadas as embarcações nesta altura da prova.
Não, era o que dizia o Ivan aqui em inglês, não havia entendimento no grupo perseguidor, se calhar agora só com 3 conseguem impor um ritmo, com 3 a trabalhar, do que na confusão de 5 embarcações. Parece-nos Candela, por Itália, a liderar o grupo perseguidor. Nesta imagem é difícil ver aqui à contraluz.
Candela leading from Short and Morgan in that second group at the moment. The gap persistently around the 100 meters though. It's frustrating for these guys. They're trying. The second group, top right of your screen, lead group, beginning to slow. But still 100 meters the difference. There's the aerial shot. Candela running out on the big waves. Out to the, oh, he stopped. Leaves Short and Morgan to take over. Short preferring the direct route straight up behind. You can see how hard they're working there. It's not impossible. There's been confusion about this short course turn, the short lap turn. You do not have to go around the right-hand side of this. You only have to go around the right-hand side if there's people coming up and going round the turn. So Short is doing exactly the right thing here. You can see those big waves rolling down in front of him. He's going to pick those waves off one at a time. And we should be getting a bit of distance back on the front group as we speak. Nicely done from these 3. I think Butterley and Smythe at the moment at least, look like passengers on this catch-up. I don't think they've got the firepower in there to help out, but it's always nice to have a safety net of one more boat, and I don't think the others will mind them being there at all. That gap is beginning to close. One wave at a time for the red boat of Great Britain. You can see they're on that big one there now. They've got to get to the right of the start pontoon. It looks to me like they will get back at some point. Through go the Italians again. Short thinking, don't let me down. No. And they have let him down. Through come this is where the Irish are handy. Disappointing from the Italians there. They've made a big impact on this group in front, and to put your paddles down when it's your turn to lead, pretty much unacceptable. You can see that gap shortening now. Come on, Ireland. Spain leading the lead group at the moment. I think the chase pack will enjoy it more when Spain are leading. I think the speed drops just a little. We do have speeds on our track, but it's just a little bit vague. So not reliable enough to give you any detail on. Ireland making a valiant effort, staying wide of that lead group. It's 2 more hard efforts each, I reckon, closing down about 5 seconds each a time. 60 meters now, the gap.
You can see by the way they are paddling that the effort is different, yeah.
Yeah.
The pace from the chasing group, they really want to get into to close the gap.
Yes.
Somebody else needs to go, I think.
Italy should go now.
A minute each would be efficient, wouldn't it? You can keep the speed high for a minute in a K2 quite comfortably. Candela looking uncomfortable in the front of that boat. He keeps sort of wriggling around. I'm not sure if he's got a dead leg, maybe. We'll see that at the Portage, I guess. I think we're looking under 60 meters for the first time if our track is accurate. There go the Italians. Ireland, maybe just sit on the tail of the Italians rather than spend the effort to come up the side. No, they're going to come up the side.
Team from Italy with Leonardo Candela. He won the gold medal in the individual race. He was actually the winner from last year also. Daniel Allen, he raced in the K2 last year. He was silver medalist with another crew member in last year's European Championship. He was racing with Giovanni Penazza. Still Spain leading.
So we should see the other group about now. And that was a bit disappointing that we didn't. There they are. It's not too far. Italians pushing on. Spain picking up the pace as they come out of the turn. They'll have seen the chase group for the first time in a while. Spain stretching that gap again, but now slowing. Hungarians not overexcited about taking the lead there. The gap will shrink if there's confusion in the front group. And it looks like there is. Now Hungary have made their way to the front. Spaniards still stopping each other, getting the waves. Round the edge comes Spain. Making it look like hard work. There's the chase group. I think the red boat of Great Britain is the main closer on these groups. When they're leading, the speed is the highest, at least on our system. Still no portage on this lap.
Orlando, e os portugueses, entretanto, a última vez que me apareceram ali no ângulo de visão estavam na posição 9.
Os portugueses estão em nono e em décimo. Agora estão os dois juntos, ali muito, muito perto, com a segunda embarcação italiana.
So we do have a portage this lap. I lied, didn't I? They have passed us twice already.
Yes.
So there is a portage on this lap, thanks to Charlotte. Not only does she bring cake, she brings an air of sensibleness to our commentary box. There's the gap. It's still around that 55, 60 metre area, but a mistake from anyone at this point, and we could have these two groups combining. Do you think the cameraman tells these guys what to do with their arms when they have those photos taken? What's the... You could tell Candela's much more confident in his fingernails than the Spanish, who tucked it under their arms. So yeah, so very self-confident. Here comes Hungary. Budai and Lanxi are going to arrive at the portage first. Little turn of speed.
E vamos então para a primeira portagem deste K2 Júniores. A vossa atenção. Vê se não temos drama aqui na passagem, na primeira de 6 portagens.
Spanish, typically well organised. The Portuguese, Hungarians in trouble. Spanish in trouble. More Spanish in trouble. There's trouble everywhere. There's more trouble than you can throw a troubled cat at. It's oh my word. I've never seen anything like this in my life. It's 3 out of 4 of the front group. There's opportunity opening up here. Something's happening with the... Just getting drinks and food. All sorts. What could have gone wrong did go wrong. It's Hungary, 1 and 2 away. Bad news for the Spaniards. Great news for Great Britain, though. They're putting in 4th, maybe 5th. And they're away with the Spaniards, as are the other 2 in their group. The Irish, a little bit of complication, but they're away too. And it's a continual line up to that Spanish crew. So Great Britain in touch with Spain, and Spain, the 2 Hungarians off and away, and they could be pressing on at this stage. There they go. There's motivation, there's words being spoken between the Hungarians. Their chance has opened up. And I think if they work hard together and the others close later, the Hungarians are going to be in more trouble than they think.
It was a disastrous portage for both Spanish crews.
It was a disastrous portage for nearly everyone.
Well, the Hungarians, they did it well.
Yes,
They were losing one athlete, but they did well.
How did the Hungarians get out of it so well? The Spanish were even worse, I guess.
Yes.
But because the other guy, the other Hungarian, he didn't wait for his teammate. He just ran,
went.
and he was running.
I don't need you.
He was running behind the boat.
Okay, so game on again. The race is beginning to thicken up. I think they will all come together. Great Britain can afford to rest with the Spaniards for a while before they make a run for the lead Hungarians.
Orlando, este é um exemplo de como as portagens podem ditar aqui uma prova, não é?
Incrível que uma portagem faz. De repente deixámos de ter 4 embarcações na frente, temos apenas 2, os húngaros, e os espanhóis agora foram apanhados pelo grupo perseguidor numa altura em que a Grã-Bretanha volta a subir e a marcar o ritmo. Estes são os portugueses, que estão ligeiramente atrasados. A segunda embarcação portuguesa também ali com os italianos. Era bom que se entendessem para tentar chegar mais na frente.
Sim.
2 Portuguese crews and the second Italian. The second Italian, they were up the front for a long time, as were these guys. Now quite a way down off the pace. 300 odd meters behind the all-action group that we saw coming through the portage. So, things changed so quickly.
A embarcação que vai mais na frente de Portugal é o Ian Vilaça e o Bruno Henriques. E depois o Edgar Cruz e o Nuno Barros seguem ali com os italianos.
So that gap growing between the Hungarians and the chase pack. The chase pack needs to get itself organised. Spain leading at the moment, and they're not leading fast enough. Candela on the left, he's making his way forward. Second Spaniard's holding him off for now, but we do need a leader in that group that isn't Spanish right now. They're losing too much ground too quickly on the Hungarians. Through goes Candela. Spaniards holding him off. You have to have a reason for holding him off. If you're not going to do the chase yourself, then let someone do it. Short and Morgan going round the outside of the turn. They'll get to the Spaniards. Spaniards hit that first buoy pretty hard. Candela in all sorts of trouble on the inside.
Orlando, e aquelas embarcações da frente ali, agora já estão de novo juntas. Parecia que iria ali editar alguma coisa àquela rondagem, mas de novo.
Era o que o Evan estava a dizer em inglês. Se não te entendes para liderar o grupo perseguidor, não estejas a estragar o trabalho dos outros. Os italianos queriam subir, os espanhóis não deixaram. O que me parece que vai acontecer daqui a pouco é que vamos ter Grã-Bretanha e Itália na frente, com os espanhóis a ficarem para trás.
Short and Morgan take the lead in that second group. The leaders in that second group have to be, I think, the Italians and Great Britain if this gap is going to close.
Aquela portagem, eventualmente também, em termos anímicos, não está aqui a fazer muito bem às embarcações de Espanha.
Eu acho que Espanha estão mais preocupados com eles próprios ou com outra tripulação espanhola do que propriamente em chegar na frente ou a trabalhar na frente quando lá estiveram. Há aqui alguma falta, se calhar, de maturidade por parte das tripulações espanholas, e quando vemos no grupo perseguidor tudo muito esticado, com a Grã-Bretanha a liderar.
The Danish in shot there. They weren't looking too well, to be fair. Obviously a retirement. It looked like the guy in the front was having a few stomach issues, maybe. Saw him feeding the fish a little there. And there's your chase group and the leaders. Pretty much the same distance as we had on the previous lap. They got tantalisingly close at that portage. And then the Spaniards just held that group up rather than letting the fast cruise through. And the gaps opened up again to an uncomfortable 89, 90 metres again. A lot of work done for not much gain. Sure, Red Boat of Great Britain sort of changing ideas, changing positions there. Not sure if they're struggling with steering or Spain leading again. I just don't think the Spanish have got it. Ireland go. Come on, Ireland. Ugh, boys. Short out round the back of the group, squeezed out of the V. It's hard to know whether to race here for one medal from this group or to try and close down those leaders. I do think we're better off without the Spanish at the front. I think their motivation is more between their two crews than in the race itself. Ireland press on. Short and Morgan maybe fancy their chances of a V-wash behind the Irish. Short just stopping, waiting. 3, 2, 1, and off they go into the lead V.
A prova agora a ser o grupo que persegue os líderes a ser liderado por Sean Smythe da Irlanda, terminou em 7º lugar a prova individual, e pelo Sean Butterley, que já tem 2 medalhas nestes campeonatos da Europa. Ele foi o 2º classificado da prova curta, atrás do William Short, e foi medalha de bronze na prova longa, atrás do Leonardo Candela e também do William Short. Temos aqui vários medalhados neste grupo perseguidor. Então destaca a equipa da Irlanda, as 2 tripulações espanholas, depois temos Itália e Grã-Bretanha.
Most of them with drinks around their neck. Able to change those at the next portage. Whereas in the back of the Great British boat, you've got him seeing wearing that backpack, sort of day tripper backpack, taking his whole drink with him for the entire journey. Hungarians still on the march out the front. The gap now getting pretty big, over 150 meters now, and the chase looks like we're running out of time. We're 1 portage down, 4 to go. Still a long way in this race.
And a lot of portages.
And a lot of portages. Well, I can't tell you, we're so excited in the commentary now because not sure what music to play as they come over the portage.
Anything can happen.
Yeah, not so much Final Countdown as maybe the Benny Hill theme.
Maybe.
Todo o interesse da prova parece concentrado neste 2º grupo. Vejam toda a dinâmica e movimentações a que vamos assistir.
Sim, mas a dinâmica, Carla, aqui era Irlanda a dar onda. Os italianos tentaram ir para a frente. Os espanhóis não deixaram, ficaram eles na frente. No entanto, o ritmo baixou. Ou seja, na verdade, quando a Espanha vai para a frente, não há uma perseguição. Há uma manutenção do ritmo. Isto não ajuda o grupo perseguidor. Agora vem a Grã-Bretanha. A Itália vai impedir que os espanhóis vão para a onda da Grã-Bretanha. Agora, não se sabe se Itália ou Espanha vão ficar na frente. Assim que Espanha tiver a certeza que vai ficar, vai baixar o ritmo. Olha, é o que aconteceu agora mesmo. Estás a ver? Portanto, isto não é comportamento de grupo perseguidor. Eles estão mais a controlar-se eles próprios do que propriamente a querer chegar à frente.
Orlando, a diferença também já é considerável e isto parece-me que está aqui tudo a tentar assegurar o lugar disponível no pódio, não é?
Sim, mas vimos que uma portagem muda muitas coisas e... se calhar se mantivessem um esforço, uma colaboração entre 5 tripulações, conseguiam contrariar as 2 tripulações húngaras. Digo eu que estou aqui sentado e não estou a remar, não é?
Exatamente. Aqui, estas nossas
teorias... O opinador de bancada é sempre mais fácil do que aqueles que estão a sofrer dentro d'água.
Short and Morgan got squeezed to the back of that group after a failed attempt at coming round the Italians. Went round the turn beautifully and now come up on the outside of the group, only for the inside of the group to take the lead. So it's not falling quite their way at the moment. 2 Hungarians, though, they have a simple job now. They're pulling out distance all the time on the other crews. It's a dominant display again from 2 Hungarian crews. We saw it yesterday, we're seeing it today. There should be a little less stress at the portage for them this time. Unlike in this group, where there's going to be a lot of stress still. Spanish we saw quite chaotic. Candela doesn't have the best reputation on the portages this weekend. So anything could happen still, and probably will.
But when he was able to pull one good portage...
He did.
He did,
yep.
And he...
Yeah,
was able to win.
Certainly.
Espanha, Espanha, Itália, Irlanda e Grã-Bretanha. Este é então o grupo perseguidor das duplas da Hungria que seguem na frente. A Hungria que tem sido a nação dominante neste K2 Júnior. Vamos com 18 edições desta competição. A primeira foi em 1999, numa vitória de Portugal, na altura, com o Rui Ramos e o Pedro Gomes em Gorszow, na Polónia. O primeiro lugar para Portugal em 1999 e em vitória também na época passada, como já referimos há pouco, com o João Sousa e o Francisco Batista.
See if we can be a bit more organised this time. Looking better so far. Bit dodgy from crew 2, but all away cleanly. I don't understand how they got in their boats so much before the others on the previous portage. Running well. See if they can get in smoothly as well. The gap is over, well, it's around 200 meters now, and that is a big gap. That was pretty impressive, certainly from the front crew. Both crews still together as we look back under the bridge to see the next group of 5 arriving. Group getting stretched out. Candela coming in early, forcing the British to wait at the back. Spanish are doing the deep sea diving thing again. Great Britain out, up and away. Spanish just can't seem to work out at what depth to get through. British coming in for drinks a second time. See if we can get Morgan's hat back on, maybe. No. They're all going to be in together. Great British crew running out of space. They're still running out of space. He's made the decisions. It was well done. I'm not sure.
Well, 50 seconds was the time behind for the leading group when they started running.
Orlando, a portagem foi bem melhor para os espanhóis. A sensação com que fico é que eles desembarcam, pelo menos desembarcam antes do tempo e ainda a saltar com grande profundidade. Acho que foi isso que falhou também na primeira vez.
One each side on the Portuguese K2 again, like the C2 yesterday. I've never seen this before.
Always learning, Ivan. we like to innovate.
This is a revolution.
Canoe marathon will never be the same.
Let's see how it works for them at this end.
Good
it wasn't the worst.
Yes,
it wasn't the worst.
That's nice.
Italians very close to the edge. Their rudder looks vulnerable there.
E vimos os portugueses em 8º e 9º lugar, não é? A passagem nesta segunda portagem, Orlando.
Sim, então ali na luta pelo top 10, vão juntos com a segunda tripulação de Itália. Agora têm que encontrar o ritmo deles e seguir até ao final. Não deixar cair o ritmo. É importante também para o desenrolar da prova dos portugueses. Esta foi então a segunda de 5 portagens, 6 voltas.
So 2 portages down, 3 to go. We are not going to be short of excitement this morning. We've seen all sorts here. Pretty sure the chase is over. Back to those Hungarians. The gap continues to grow. Candela leads, Great Britain to their right, Spain, and then the Irish just at the back of that second group. can't really call them a chase group anymore. You can see the distance to the leaders, and it is growing by the minute now.
E os húngaros apanharam-se na frente de prova e têm vindo a consolidar a sua liderança, muito puxantes aqui também na segunda portagem. Isto parece tudo muito definido nas duas primeiras posições do pódio, a menos que algo de muito extraordinário possa acontecer entretanto.
Eles entenderam-se na frente e pelo menos até faltar uma volta para o final não vais ver o ritmo na frente a baixar. Eles vão alternando. Ora vais tu, ora vou eu, e conseguem ir aumentando a distância para o grupo perseguidor e na última volta depois sim vão baixar ligeiramente o ritmo e deixar a decisão aqui para talvez para a última portagem. Digo eu, ainda faltam 3, mas pronto.
So it's picture within a picture. The Hungarians way ahead now, and increasing that lead all the way. Top group, or the second group rather, being strung out round that top turn. There's difficulty for someone at the back of there, potentially the Irish, I think, as they struggle to maintain contact with this group. Led currently by Short and Morgan. Candela to their left, the two Spanish behind, and Ireland fighting at the back there.
Oh, problems for Sweden? No, Germany?
Belgium. It's
yeah.
Mentes and Smiths with a problem with the legs on the Portage.
It's always painful to watch.
Yes, painful. I can imagine for them.
It's
Watching
horrible
it's
to
bad.
watch.
Imagine, feel.
Candela takes the lead in that second group. Short Morgan, a good stint. Put in some damage to the crews behind them, I think. I think the Irish are beginning to feel the strain here a bit.
So, concerning medals on this Marathon European Championship, Hungary until now has 15 medals, 6 golds, 6 silver and 3 from bronze. Concerning Spain, 9 medals until today, 3 of gold, 1 of silver and 5 bronze medals. Portugal is in the top 3 with 7 medals until now. We hope we can increase this number during this last day. We have 2 golds, 4 silver medals and 1 bronze medal. This is the top 3 in this Marathon European Championship.
Great Britain certainly putting in their shifts to stretch this group out. There's between them and Italy, no one else is getting a lead at the moment. And the other 3 crews, I think, beginning to feel the squeeze. Spain just refusing to move up onto the side to help their teammates. It's been that way from the beginning. You see Ireland just fighting and fighting to get something comfortable. Good choice there from Smythe. Budai and Lanksey lead from teammates Palinkas and Mayer. Great Britain back in the lead on the chase group. They're definitely putting in the effort to try and establish themselves as favourite for that bronze medal, trying to grind the others down. Short knows from yesterday that he can't hold off Candela in a sprint to the finish, and he's going to have to grind him down between now and then. You can see from the shape of that group opposite us, though, that is being strung out well by the British crew. They're doing a solid job. It's amazing that the Spanish crew is just refusing to move up to the side and give their teammates an easier ride.
It's been that way since the beginning.
Yeah.
Hungary 1-2. Can we talk statistics?
Yes,
Yeah,
please,
are.
bring
Would we
us.
want to talk about anything else, Orlando?
Okay, in the kayak double junior, Hungary was able to be first and second 2 times in their history. First one was in Győr in 2001, and the third place was for Portugal.
Ooh,
Yes.
Wow.
With whom?
With who? With Maurício Vieira, Ricardo Oliveira. They finished in the bronze medal, 1 hour 22 and 59 seconds. That was on the 15th of July 2001. And, surprise, surprise, in 2007, Hungary 1-2. And who finished third? Great Britain.
Oh,
Hey.
good news for your
Hey.
side.
Always good news.
And the crew members were Dean Terry, Mark Schilderson.
Oh, cool.
In Tresin, Slovakia on the 15th of July 2007.
There you go. Do you want another statistic? A really
Yeah.
upsetting one for me is that I've just learned that tomorrow morning, to get to the aeroplane on time, I'm being picked up at 3 o'clock in the morning.
Wow.
Oh,
Yay.
what a
Lucky you.
wonderful-
Lucky you.
Yeah.
I think maybe
So you go
I'd rather drive
directly.
my car.
Eventually you go dancing and you can go direct to the airport.
Direct from the dance.
Yes, I
Nice.
think it's a good
Yep.
option.
3 o'clock. That's quite early. Maybe another early night tonight. So the race continues. Candela leading. And finally, the Spaniards have moved up to the side and given their mates an easier ride. Ireland, you can tell the pace drops when Great Britain aren't leading. A little flurry from Spain here. For what exactly? It's very hard. The motivations are questionable, I think, in the Spanish team at the moment. Not sure what the goal is here. The others cruising round the outside of the turn. So we have another portage with 5 boats involved again. See if the Spaniards can get a bit closer to the edge before they get out of their boat this time. These two still pressing on at the front. 250 meters now. It's a big gap.
Isto numa altura em que faltam 8 quilómetros para finalizar esta distância de 22,6 quilómetros, que é o desafio desta primeira regata do dia.
Estamos na quinta volta de 6, voltas longas. As voltas começam no lado oposto aqui à bancada. Para quem está a ver, às vezes pode confundir um pouco. Portanto, eles estão a meio da quinta volta. Depois, quando passarem na ponte do lado de lá, iniciam a sexta e teremos então depois a volta curta. Ritmo na frente completamente diferente do ritmo do grupo perseguidor. As equipas da Hungria têm-se entendido muito bem na frente. A distância para o grupo perseguidor tem aumentado consistentemente, muita confusão atrás. Assim que as tripulações espanholas tomam a liderança, o ritmo a baixar consideravelmente. Aliás, podemos ver aqui a diferença de linguagem corporal de uns e outros. É perfeitamente visível, portanto, pouco entendimento.
This group and the Spanish lead is so slow. We're losing time and distance all the time. The Spanish are in the lead of this group. It's painful to watch. Here we go. Portage number 3. Let's see if there's any attempt at a breakaway here. Looks so close to the edge, doesn't it? terms of being safe. Quick drink swap for both crews. One done, two done, both away smoothly. They'll push in the back for crew 2 in the hope of them keeping up, but they're going to get in together. In fact, crew 2 get out before crew 1, and there's the distance back because this group is traveling slowly at the moment.
The gap was 50 seconds on the second portage. It's now 55 and still counting in the third portage.
But I just counted back from the last one. I know there's a portage there. There, and there. I might have numbered it wrong, but it's fine. I'm on it.
Entretanto, aqui uma informação para os locais. Temos aqui um pedido de colaboração. Há uma viatura de marca Mercedes, cor Bordeaux.
Ireland,
matrícula A393XS, está ali a obstruir a circulação dos autocarros.
Great Britain also misjudging the depth a bit there. Alex Morgan up to his waist in it. The British crew have come through the feeding lane every time so far. And it looks like we're going to have the same pattern again. The Spanish out first. Great Britain running through. Running long again. And away. All away together. Candela just ducking around the back of the group to come into the V behind the leader, which was Spain. But I think they've gone so slowly that the Irish are going to take it. Maybe not.
And Ivan, the gap was 50 seconds in the beginning of the second portage. It was now 1 minute 25, 35 seconds per lap.
Because of this. What is this? Yeah, nobody's really got motivation. It's come down. They've settled for a race for bronze in this group, and I think there's obviously tension between the Spanish crews. I don't know. It's really uncomfortable. It's uncomfortable to watch, let alone be in. Yeah, there's no speed. There's some speed. This is just nobody's moving fast enough even to get out of the way when the washes change. It's just this is a horrible journey to watch. It's untidy. It must be awful to be in that group. Constant messing about.
O Ivan aqui a falar do comportamento deste segundo grupo, numa altura em que por aqui passaram na terceira portagem as duas embarcações de Portugal. Do lado de cá, na zona de abastecimento, passou Edgar Cruz, aqui a repor líquidos por parte do seu irmão. Também ele, atleta de canoagem. O Nuno Cruz, então, aqui a prestar o abastecimento ao seu irmão, que se encontra a competir e a estrear-se neste europeu de maratona. Agora que tudo está mais sereno, renovamos então o pedido de colaboração. O proprietário da viatura Mercedes de cor Bordeaux, matrícula AT93XS, deve remover a viatura, está a obstruir a passagem dos autocarros. Obrigada.
Hungary round the top turn. You wonder at what stage that becomes a genuine race between these two, or whether for now they'll just let it be. Couple of laps to go. And the gap, well, I mean, it's not even a gap anymore, is it? There's two races going on here. Well, an actual race and then just a faff show among 5 other crews. it's just kind of, it was never tidy, was it, from the start for the Italians and the Great British crew, for sure. Spanish were up there. And now since they've got together, I mean, they were just 50 meters behind at that portage, weren't they? The chaotic portage was the opportunity, and nobody really took that opportunity by the horns and went for it. So now we've got what we've got, 2 Hungarians and then a chase pack of Spain, Italy, Great Britain, Spain and Ireland.
E neste plano vimos há instantes em sentido ascendente as duas embarcações de Portugal, quando vemos aqui os líderes de prova, os húngaros, que vêm aqui num ritmo e com uma coordenação impressionante.
That's pretty high speed in that duo, isn't it? Between those two. Relentless boat speed. They're obviously well-drilled crews. You presume they've raced each other quite a lot of times as well. So they will know the history that we don't know about who's good at what. Little view of Love Island there at the top of the short turn. Every time the new crew goes through, they go through with intent. Speed never drops in this front group. When you watch the second group, there's confusion every time the lead changes. No one's really committed. Great British crew tried on the previous lap. They led hard for a long time, and then when they asked for assistance, there was nothing. And since then, it's degenerated slightly. We're losing ground. Oh, they're a long, long way down now.
During some time, I thought that the Italian Candela would move on and assume the leading of the second group, but, well...
Yeah, I think what broke it was that when that gap opened up, they left the Spanish at the front for too long. Yeah, they needed a rest because they'd caught up. I understand that. But there was... The Spanish didn't have the sense of urgency to catch up. And I think the other crews were too tired. The gap opened up to a gap that was too big. And then, yeah, here we are.
Eventually couldn't recover from the experience from the first portage, what to say.
But for the spectators, first portage was fun, right?
Yeah, it was quite fun. But in the chasing group, if they finish together, I think Great Britain and Italy will be favorites.
You think they'll break away at some point?
Break away, yeah.
If they keep going at this speed, I'll still be here when I'm 64. They're barely moving in that group.
Looks like a Masters.
It does. It looks, yeah. Hungarians looking over their shoulders there. I don't know what they think they're looking at anymore. They're better off to get round the turn and look back towards the start. There's the gap. Second group, nowhere near the bridge. You can just see them through that second arch, but they are a long, long way down. Closing up on 600 meters now, the gap. Each time the front crew in this duo put their paddles down, the second crew comes piling through.
Do programa de hoje, Orlando, vamos aqui assistir às embarcações. O que é que vamos ter em ação ainda aqui nesta manhã? As canoas duplas. Antes disso, ainda temos o K2 Sénior feminino, em que vamos ver competir a Maria Rei e a Maria Luísa Pereira Gomes, e depois a segunda dupla constituída pela Joana Marinho de Sousa e a Mariana Moraes. É a partir das 11 da manhã.
É, às 11 e depois logo às 11h05 vamos ter o Sérgio Maciel e o Júlio Lopes na C2 com o Rui Lacerda, o medalhado de prata de ontem, sim, com o Ricardo Coelho. Eles que na época passada também subiram ao pódio.
Nós ontem tivemos 2 pratas, não é? Portanto, o saldo do dia de ontem, o primeiro dia, em resumo, para quem só agora se está a juntar, saldou-se pela conquista de 4 medalhas. Foi um arranque impressionante.
Um arranque excepcional.
Por parte da equipa nacional. No segundo dia tivemos a medalha do Francisco Santos. Ontem, 2 pratas por José Ramalho e pelo Rui Lacerda, nas canoas monolugares, nas provas longas.
Em provas,
canoa e no caiaque.
Em provas muito, muito sofridas. O Rui Lacerda esteve a um nível absolutamente fenomenal na prova. Ele que andava cá muito atrasado, depois de repente aparece no grupo da frente no meio dos espanhóis e aqui tentou fugir para o ouro, acabou ao sprint com o Manuel Campos e terminou num excelente segundo lugar. Uma excelente prova.
Ele deu tudo,
sim, por parte do Rui Lacerda. Ontem tivemos o José Ramalho a terminar no segundo lugar, numa prova imprópria para cardíacos, onde o Tiago Henriques faz um estrago tremendo durante 3 voltas e acaba no 6º lugar, entre os grandes, a cerca de 10 segundos do vencedor. Portanto, chegarem ali todos muito, muito juntos. Foi uma prova espetacular, aquela que assistimos ontem à tarde aqui em Ponte de Lima.
E já na véspera também tinha sido um final de dia espetacular na prova no escalão sub-23, também com um grupo enorme, e tudo ficou decidido nos metros finais, depois da última portagem.
Sim, e com 6 atletas com possibilidade de vencerem a prova, entre os quais o João Sousa, que acabou no 6º lugar, mas também ele esteve a um nível absolutamente brilhante, tanto aqui com prestações portuguesas muito, muito boas.
Hungarians still pressing on at the front.
But in the chasing group, watch Italy and Great Britain. They are trying to break.
Trying to do something. Be interesting. We do have the average speed sometimes come up on a graphic at the bottom of the screen. I think these two have been really consistent in their speed through this race. I'm not sure if there's enough detail in the average speed graphic to show that, but it is impressive. Great Britain moved to the front with Italy, and it would be really nice if these two held that lead all the way to the Portage and maybe made a break at the Portage. It would just add a bit of fire, a bit of spice to the race. It's all just to do something at this stage would be just give us something to do. Hungarians away and clear. It must be so frustrating for all those boys in that second group. It's just an unfortunate position to be in. Just confusion about what the purpose of the group is, what the goal is, whether it's... Here we go again. Interesting handles on the Hungarian boat there. Does he use those front handles? Yes.
They do.
But I mean, those handles are so far forward. That back person has so much weight in that boat, doesn't he? He must have... The back guy must have 2/3 of the weight of that boat, maybe more.
I think they have team trials to. If you're not the best, you go into the back.
So you go. Both in nicely. Definitely the Palinkas and Maya are definitely quicker into their boat than the other two. They've overtaken them on that get-in every time so far. This is looking good. Let's get to the portage and break away with the motivated boats here.
Vejam agora como está o segundo grupo, bastante mais alongado, com os britânicos a liderarem.
Esta é a penúltima portagem. Estamos na última volta longa.
Faltam 4 km para o final.
So second to last portage. You can see the group behind this group of 5 closing them up gradually. Only about 100 meters back to those 2 Portuguese crews that have been working together and do have the motivation. It's just unfortunate positioning for this second group of 5. They're kind of stuck in no man's land. They don't know whether they're racing for one medal or they're racing to get to the front. It's, yeah, really unfortunate. See the number of cars in there? Mainly that's for the race, but partly
no.
there's a market stall just down.
Yeah,
I had a little look through this morning.
The landscape on Ponte Lima on a Sunday morning.
Okay.
It's the usual.
There's also a market though.
Yes, on the street.
There's some really nice bread stalls up there this morning, but then some strange stalls selling. Yeah,
You saw, oh,
I walked past on my way. Come on, let's have some action here, guys. Let's make something happen.
and the
Yes,
fans
this looks
are
good. This
giving
looks
support
good.
to them.
Here we go. Come on, Great Britain, Italy. We can make some changes here.
Spain.
Spain. I mean, it's like watching the old.
Jump too early.
Yeah. Here we go. These 2 crews away would make for a race again. We could spark up. It looks like they've done it. In they get, and away they go. Exactly as you predicted, Orlando. You saw it coming.
Yeah, and the Portuguese are closing the gap.
Portuguese are going to be
Nice
super
work.
close. Just one crew? Yeah, just one crew. They were together when they went through the bridge.
The other one is here also on the beginning of the portage. Aqui as duas equipas portuguesas. Vamos lá, Portugal!
They've been
Vamos
working
lá,
together
Portugal,
to
vamos lá,
close the
Portugal.
gap. And now, on their own, the Portuguese, certainly for this crew, that's not what they want to be happening. And finally, we've lit a touch paper under this race again, and we've got something to watch.
Meanwhile, here in the portage, we also saw Sean from Ireland, Sean Smith and Sean Butterley, both here.
And sorry, Carla.
Go.
In this Portage, the gap was 2 minutes 21, so the Hungarians they were able to put up 56 seconds in one lap.
On the lap. Yeah, it's not that they're pulling it out; it's that group of 5 was just losing it, and yeah, I think now they won't pull out 56 seconds on the next lap on the British crew and the Italians, who are going to press on a little bit here. I think the gap already opening up 100 meters ish. There you go. There go the Hungarians. That's first and second. Was there a problem on the turn there? Did they miss that buoy?
No, I think it was the other crew that they went too wide.
Right. It looked a really unusual shape round that turn, as if there was a mistake somewhere. Hopefully, well, we got judges on the island up there. Do they bring them in at night, those judges, or do they just leave them there?
After dinner, the day before.
So we'll see the other 2 going upstream shortly. It's going to be a tough finish between the Italians and Great Britain. One more portage to go. There they are, Great Britain leading at the moment. Now it's just putting as much strain on the others as you can. Italians coming up the left-hand side now. And you just think what could have been if those two had been on their own as the chase pair all the way.
What is impressive is that you had the two Spanish teams in the leading group, and when they dropped, they looked okay.
Yep.
In the chasing group, and now they dropped into the third group.
Yeah.
And if you will see the pace they are, and they look okay. It's good. It's good for us.
Yeah, yeah. They seem to be racing each other, don't they? That seems to be the more important part of their race. These two, if these two had been together after that second portage, it would have been a very different picture today. Yeah, we could have had a very different race, but this is going to be an interesting race now because gold and silver settled. One medal between these two crews. The red boat of Great Britain, the blue boat of Italy. We saw how powerful Candela was over the last 100 meters yesterday. Pretty much blew Will Short away over that finishing stretch. But K2s are a very different game. So Will Short now the only athlete in the field with the potential of a medal in every junior race. Butterley was in there for a while. He's out the picture now. Hungarians haven't got anything yet, and Candela's only had 1 from 2.
It would be quite amazing for Short.
Everything to play for. Yeah, I don't think he would have come here expecting that.
3 medals. Ooh. And he was a silver medalist from last year's World Championship.
I don't think he was expecting that either. so I think he's a man of surprises. He even surprises himself. But yeah, he's training. Yeah, he trains hard. He trains at our club. It's so much fun to watch him do what he does. He's training 8 days a week.
E para aqueles que nos começaram a acompanhar agora, ou há breves momentos, esta é a prova do K2 Júniores masculinos. Na liderança temos 2 tripulações da Hungria. Eles estão a passar do lado de lá da ponte. Vão iniciar a última volta, que é a volta curta. Portanto, quando eles passarem aqui para a portagem, será a última portagem antes do final. Estas 2 tripulações entenderam-se muito bem desde a primeira volta, seguiram nos metros iniciais com 2 tripulações de Espanha que não colaboraram na frente. Na primeira portagem, à terceira volta, fugiram e têm ido sempre juntas a trocar onda. Portanto, o título europeu vai ser decidido aqui entre estas 2 tripulações. No grupo perseguidor tivemos 5 tripulações que não se entenderam muito bem, a Itália e a Grã-Bretanha, que estamos a ver aqui na imagem, que entretanto foram capazes de deixar para trás as 2 tripulações de Espanha e os irlandeses. Portanto, a medalha de bronze vai sair destas tripulações que estamos a ver aqui, de azul Itália e de vermelho a Grã-Bretanha. E esta é então o K2 Júniores masculinos, prova que na época passada foi vencida por Portugal. Nós sagramos campeões da Europa em Poznan, na Polónia, com o João Sousa e o Francisco Batista. E depois também fomos campeões mundiais, mais tarde no final da época, 22 de setembro, em Metkovic, na Croácia. Novamente o João Sousa e o Francisco Batista foram campeões do mundo. Em segundo lugar ficou uma tripulação da Grã-Bretanha constituída pelo William Short, que está a competir aqui, vai discutir a medalha de bronze e já tem 2 medalhas conquistadas neste campeonato da Europa. E em terceiro lugar ficou Espanha. Aqui uma paragem abrupta.
The Italians just let Great Britain through. Just before, they're just before the bridge. I thought they were just after the bridge. We've seen so many times when the lead changes after the bridge, it's significant. Top of your screen, the Hungarians. Surely it's unfair joining in on the last lap in a motorboat. That's got to be unreasonable.
Isto é aqui o nosso Vítor Cruz, ali a seguir estas duas embarcações. Ele parece aqui um guarda-costas ao Orlando.
Está em todo lado o Vítor.
Final bottom turn for these guys. The guys closest to us are the quickest getting in their boat at the Portage. That could have a massive part to play in the outcome of this race. Short and Morgan leading Candela and Alan. It's now getting a little bit stressful. Portuguese have caught up to the chase pack of 3. Hence the noise from the bridge.
That's an amazing performance from Edgar Cruz e Nuno Barros. A conseguirem recuperar e chegar ao grupo da frente da tripulação portuguesa. Estão na luta entre o 5º e o 9º lugar.
Eles vieram... o início de prova não foi muito especial, mas têm vindo sempre em crescendo à medida que a regata se vai realizando. Portanto, sempre a melhorar posições.
Uma grande recuperação.
Short and Morgan. You don't normally see the full beauty of Alex Morgan's hair. He normally has a cap on, but that fell off at the first portage and it's been released. The whole, yeah, there's quite a, yeah, there's been quite a display this weekend of hairstyles. Through go the Italians. This is significant. If the British boat can hold them off now, they know they'll be able to hold them off at the finish as well. Certainly, that was pretty stressful. That was an all-in from both there, and the pace will slow now from both of them. That was intent there. I'll be a little bit of a confidence boost to the British crew that they may be able to hold Candela off if it comes to that sprint finish. I think largely the result of this race is going to be dictated by who gets in their boat first after portage number 5. Hungarians coming up. Just reached the end of the car boot sail there. And they're heading towards the bridge. Great Britain currently in a good position if this remains the same to the portage. I think Candela will attack again before the portage. There's that option of going left of the bridge pillar, but it's all kicking off at the front. This is the fight for the front. That boat is so fast. Lanksy and Budai have huge boat speed.
They are really impressive
That
now.
was impressive.
They were impressive during all the race,
Yeah.
but now the speed, it's...
They need a little bit of space because they don't get in their boat as well as the other two. But that could have been the winning move right there.
Yes, they are going for it.
The gap's opening up. Second crew falling back a whole wave. And these two look like Budai and Lanksy.
Vamos ver então aqui a passagem da última portagem. Estes são os líderes do K2 Júniores. Última portagem, depois é para o final de prova. Hungria, primeiro e segundo nesta última portagem.
Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa! All that work, and it disappears in a second. Second crew, oh, a little stumble from the second crew also. And we know they get in better. That stumble could cost a lot. This has made the race so interesting. We know the second boat get in quicker, but maybe not this time.
But they did. They
did. They're back with them, but there's no way they can
are
overtake.
On the inside. They are on the inside.
Yeah, they are.
We'll see. We'll see.
That trip from Lanksy in the back of the boat with Budai. Here they go again. They're opening the gap again. They do have the power on the water.
They're stronger.
They're just a faster crew. But what an expensive mistake that could have been for Lanxey in the back of that K2. It was brought about by Budai being a little bit excitable and lifting the front before he'd got out of the boat. But now it looks fairly straightforward. Second crew, they look closer than they are, I think. And here we go for our next bit of excitement. Everything to play for between these two also.
For the bronze medal, yeah.
For the bronze medal. I'm hoping Will Short goes left to the bridge pillar. Keep the Italians out, yes. Nicely done. Smart boy. This is what we like. They've given themselves a length's lead coming into the portage now. Morgan got to not get out in the water that's too deep. Nicely done. Italians a little delay. Great Britain are going to get put in first. Looking over his shoulder. Don't need to. Just keep going. A little gap between the two. Here's a big gap, though, between the two Hungarians. It's Budai and Lanxey with a clear win over Meyer and Palinkas. I can't see up the course to the others, so we're going to stick with these two as they come down for the last 100 meters, 50 meters. They're going to finish strongly. It's Lanxey and Budai.
E à medida que a Hungria vai acabar, atenção a Portugal. Portugal está na luta para ganhar este grupo. Vamos lá, Portugal. Excelente a recuperação da equipa portuguesa. Hungria segundo, Portugal muito bem na luta. Vamos lá, vamos lá.
Vamos. E Nuno Barros aqui a carimbarem a última portagem. Vamos, Portugal.
Further up the course, the Italians were on the left-hand side now of the Great British crew. On the inside of the turn, it's going to be super tight with these two. It's going to come down to a last 50 meters, I think. Oh, no. Oh, no. The Portuguese, all the work they've done, all that work, so solid, and it just didn't pan out. We've got round the top turn. It's Great Britain first. Italy just behind them, but we know the power of Candela. We saw it yesterday. Here we are in shot now. Candela, just to the left of Great Britain crew of Short and Morgan. This is going to go to the wire.
É a decisão da medalha de bronze por parte destas duas embarcações.
Here goes Candela now. Short and Morgan just have to keep moving left, just onto them slightly. It's looking good for the red boat of Great Britain. The gap isn't closing. Italians starting to look ragged. Great Britain looking strong. Italy getting further back now. It's going to be a bronze for Short. A medal in every race this weekend. Candela's done. The K2 just looking more and more ragged as we get closer to the end. Morgan head down, going for it. It's just a matter of a few meters now. It's going to be bronze for Great Britain. Fourth place for Italy. Fantastic result. And he's proper pleased with that. Well done, boys.
Good work.
That was not the race they planned for.
It's an excellent race.
That is pretty emotional.
3 medals.
With those boys.
Congratulations.
Incredible race in the end. It was so flat in that middle section and so frustrating for all the boys in all the boats. Nobody had an idea what they were supposed to be doing. Portuguese catching back up on them.
Os portugueses agora a lutar pelo quinto lugar.
Vamos lá, Portugal. Vamos, estamos a ver nas imagens o Edgar Cruz e o Nuno Barros, que aqui a saída na última portagem não lhes correu bem, mas eles estão agora a tentar recuperar.
Os portugueses que vieram de trás andaram ali no 11º lugar e a acabarem aqui na luta pelo 6º lugar. Eles estavam muito bem na saída da portagem, mas entretanto viraram, tiveram que tirar a água do barco e atrasaram-se bastante.
Oh, there is a lot of emotion in those Spanish boats. We knew they weren't happy from the start, and I think this could even come to blows. We need to keep the camera on this.
Yeah.
Because this isn't going to end well between these four boys.
E agora a chegada dos portugueses. Parabéns!
There is anger aplenty just past this finish line here. I don't know what the Spanish for effing and jeffing is, but it's happening.
No, it's
I can translate
too much
that.
drama.
It's not possible. It's not allowed, you know.
Oh my word. We knew there was tension between them from the start. And yeah, I think it's a good thing that those crews don't get together for a handshake at this stage. Hats off to the Portuguese after that swim. They caught up
They
on that
caught up,
section.
yes.
How did they do that?
They recovered
They
very
recovered
well.
unbelievably
Very
well.
They're quite strong.
Butterley and Smythe over the line. They did a lot of work. They did, yeah, it was a tough day for them. Butterley's had 3 good races also.
Gostei muito desta recuperação aqui da dupla portuguesa. Queria perceber onde estão Ian e o Bruno Henriques. Ele não pareceu muito bem também na portagem antes do Bruno. Eu acho que ele fisicamente não estaria
Não está nos seus
condições.
melhores dias, não. Vimos que foi uma prova sofrida e continua. Deve estar quase a acabar. Acho que já passaram para cima. Deve estar quase a acabar. Eles estavam atrás dos irlandeses. Às vezes acontece isto, não é? As provas são as possíveis e é ir até ao fim. É como estava a dizer ontem o Rui Câncio aqui, no incentivo a uma dos atletas, é acabar a prova com dignidade. Às vezes a única coisa que tens de fazer é cumprir o desafio de terminar. E há dias e dias, Bruno Henriques a não ter a prova que... Agora estamos a ver, conseguimos vê-los aqui, para chegar. Aqui está
Agora,
o vosso aplauso para a equipa portuguesa. Aqui está Ian Vilaça e Bruno Henriques. Bruno Henriques, visivelmente combalido, não está nos seus melhores dias, mas tem uma carreira pela frente e esta foi mais um desafio. O Ian Vilaça também.
Olá, desculpem interromper a transmissão. I have here with me Zoran and Kevin. Congratulations. Hungary is having an amazing days here in Ponte de Lima. How was this race to you?
The race was pretty good for us. We managed to talk with the other Hungarian crew and we talked about that we're going to work together. I think we managed to do that and this is how we get this result, I think.
Did you find anything more difficult during the race?
Yes, the pairs was much stronger than at home. And I thought that the final lap was a short lap, but we had also a long one. And at the last portage, I also fall into the water, so I was a bit scared at that point. But yeah.
And what do you think about all of the athletes that were here competing with you?
I think they were really strong and really competitive, but I think we managed to get away from the second group. And they couldn't keep up the pace, so I was really happy that we could.
Thank you. I know you have a message in Hungary to say. Can you say it, please?
Ja, először is meg szeretném köszönni a Jóistennek, az edzőmnek, Balázsbának, és a szüleimnek, hogy kijutottam erre a nagyon szép helyre. És szeretném megköszönni, hogy megnyertük ezt a versenyt, mert ez nem csak az én érdemem.
Congratulations again. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks.
Escutamos então a entrevista da Sara Amanta aos vencedores do K2 Júnior masculino, aqui a falarem também da última portagem com aquela saída de barco que não foi muito feliz e entretanto aqui a deixarem uma mensagem para casa, para a Hungria.
There's no gentleman in you. How is possible?
Ivan walks too fast. That was exciting.
Yes, it was a wonderful race.
I'd love to know what the beef is between the two Spanish crews, because they were, woo.
Well, I can't do it, but they were saying not very nice
No, I can
things,
imagine.
You know? So, you know,
There's always
Germans and things like that. It was awful.
Yeah. Can he get, because he swore when he finished, can he get any penalty for that, for the swearing? Because that's quite public, isn't it?
Yes, I suppose it can get the penalty out.
Yeah, because he was really shouting that. It wasn't private or to his mate, was it? He was blah, 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 blah.
Eventually it can be for words
Yeah.
not appropriate
Yeah.
on the competition. Yes,
On a big
I suppose.
stage, on YouTube.
Yes.
Swearing, yeah.
What to say? The emotions are
Yeah. High.
yes, very high.
Oh, bless him.
So when you return to England tomorrow?
Yeah. Not as early as Ivan, though. Yeah, a bit later. Free. Yeah.
So someone is trying to, I don't know.
And has that been, because apparently passport control at Porto is very slow. So I don't know if his time has been brought forward, because our time has been brought forward for pickup as well.
I'm not sure. It needs to leave here at 3 a.m. or be in the airport at 3 a.m.
Oh, yeah.
I was here. I should go out
Yeah.
for the night, have some drinks, and then go directly and sleep on
yeah.
the flight. But it's not the first time that you competed here, right? You were here in three years ago, no?
I've never raced
No.
internationally. I came and watched in 2019 at Villa de Verdi.
Yes, yes.
So I was watching, so I actually came with Ivan. So Ivan
because
drove.
I was saying, it's not the first time.
Yeah, but
I
Ivan
was
likes
sure.
to mention me at least once every.
Okay.
So last year I was sitting at home and I didn't have a leg at that point, and I was just watching this and I was like, this looks so cool, the para racing. And I was like, you need to get on it. And now, but I've known Ivan for years.
Okay. Very nice.
Yeah.
He's a very nice guy.
Yeah.
It's so funny.
He came to the hospital to see me after my amputation.
Oh, really?
Yeah, very special. He's a very good man.
You have an accident or what happened?
No, so I had a misdiagnosed fracture when I was younger, and then I've got so my joints are a bit stretchy. So every sort of 4 or 5 years I'd have big major surgery, and then finally they ran out of surgery options, so I got an amputation finally. But I've been asking for 10 plus years for an amputation. So
It's not an easy.
E temos então aqui este pequeno intervalo.
What I don't know how to translate this expression, the Portuguese expression. We have one for this moment. Yes. Okay.
Nothing important,
Okay. It's only a way to dump in silence and try to.
E agora que terminou a prova do K2 Júniores masculinos, dentro em breve vamos ter a prova do K2 Sénior feminino, com 2 tripulações portuguesas. Vai ter início às 11 horas e logo a seguir temos a C2 Sénior masculinos, também com 2 tripulações portuguesas. No caiaque feminino vamos ter a Maria Rei e a Maria Luísa Gomes a competir, com a Joana Sousa e a Mariana Moraes na outra tripulação. Na C2, Sérgio Maciel faz equipa com o Júlio Lopes, o Rui Lacerda faz equipa com o Ricardo Coelho. Há pouco tivemos o final então da prova do K2 Júniores, vitória para a Hungria, primeiro e segundo lugar. É a terceira vez na história destes campeonatos em que a Hungria consegue fazer a dobradinha na frente, primeiro e segundo. A primeira vez que o tinham feito foi em 2001, em Győr, a competir em casa, terra de Renata Say, da Hungria. Os húngaros tinham feito também primeiro e segundo, com a particularidade dos terceiros classificados em 2001 terem sido os portugueses Maurício Vieira e o Ricardo Oliveira, prova que contou também com uma segunda tripulação portuguesa, o Ricardo Campos e o Rui Lomba. Isto foi no distante ano, se é que podemos dizer isso, de 2001, já lá vão uns aninhos. Ficaram em 10º lugar então. Decorridos 7 anos, a Hungria voltou a fazer a dobradinha, desta feita em Tresin, na Eslováquia. Novamente, Hungria primeiro e segundo. Na altura, o terceiro classificado foi a Grã-Bretanha. Portugal não se fez representar nessa edição da prova. Esta é então apenas uma curiosidade que aqui em Montemor... em Pontemor... Esquece.
Em Ponte Lima,
esquece,
já
está-me a
estás
faltar
a
o café.
no próximo desafio.
Em Montemor, em Pontemor, já não sei o que digo. Em Ponte Lima. Então, fazermos história, digamos assim, a Hungria pela terceira vez na sua história a conseguir o primeiro e segundo lugar. Esta é uma imagem da Hungria.
Exatamente, é isso mesmo. Tu a falares dos húngaros e aqui vemos pelo dorsal que se trata de Pana Sepe, que já aqui competiu e conquistou medalhas. Orlando.
Está
aqui,
fortíssima.
É uma das candidatas naturalmente a um lugar no pódio e que estamos aqui a ver através da câmara colocada na sua embarcação. Ela que vai aqui competir com Pana 5, ali com o número com a embarcação 27.
E ambas já com medalhas conquistadas nestes campeonatos. A Pana 5 foi medalha de prata nos sub-23, mas isto em 2004, peço desculpa. A Pana Sepe é aquela sim, foi medalha de prata nas sub-23, atrás da dinamarquesa Pernille Ostrop, e foi medalha de bronze ontem na prova longa. Prova vencida pela Anna Sletio da Noruega, segundo lugar para a grande campeã Vanda Kiesli. Particularidade desta equipa da Hungria, a 5 e a Sepe, terem sido medalhadas de bronze na prova do ano passado, que se realizou em Poznan. Foram então as segundas classificadas, atrás das espanholas Irati Ossa, que também está aqui a competir, está numa tripulação de Espanha, faz equipa com Eva Barrios. Elas que são... Então, a equipa espanhola, as campeãs da Europa da época passada, uma tripulação diferente desta, mas Eva Barrios, julgo eu, que dará boa conta do recado, muito, muito experiente, atleta espanhola, aqui uma equipa fortíssima por parte de Espanha.
Já aqui vemos então que as espanholas são também candidatas a um lugar no pódio, para além das húngaras que já referimos. E quem mais temos aqui a destacar nesta próxima regata, Orlando?
Temos a outra tripulação da Hungria, a Sofia Serafin, que foi sexta no K1 Sub-23, com a Vanda Kiesli, a grande campeã Vanda Kiesli, que foi medalha de ouro na prova curta, já nestes campeonatos, e medalha de prata ontem na longa, perdeu ao sprint com a Sletio da Noruega. Esta tripulação é uma daquelas para ter, obviamente, em conta.
Aqui, quanto às portuguesas, dizer que a Maria Rei também já competiu, foi quarta classificada na short race, ontem acabou em 7º lugar na prova longa, vai fazer prova com a Maria Pereira Gomes, que também já competiu neste europeu, conseguindo o 6º lugar na prova curta. Portanto, as Marias também é nelas que depositamos grandes esperanças, num bom resultado. E depois temos também outra embarcação com a Joana Marinho de Sousa, que está aqui a competir em casa. Ela também fez ontem a prova longa, foi 10ª classificada. E a Mariana Moraes, que já participou em competições internacionais, sempre realizadas em Portugal. Competiu no Europeu 2017, aqui em Ponte Lima, fazendo prova com a Rita Sá. Foram na altura 12ª classificadas, competiram no K2 Júnior e no Campeonato do Mundo em 2022, competindo já na categoria sénior em K1, foi 16ª classificada.
A Joana Marinho de Sousa, que ontem fez questão de terminar aqui a sua prova, uma prova sofrida por parte da atleta limiana, mas a marcar uma posição, digamos assim, a demonstrar uma determinação, uma grande determinação e a terminar a sua prova individual. A Joana Marinho de Sousa, que tem a particularidade de, neste K2 sénior feminino em campeonatos da Europa, tirando a nossa primeira participação, que foi a primeira medalha para Portugal em campeonatos da Europa em 95, portanto, em 95 conquistámos a medalha de bronze com a Susana Ferreira e a Luísa Azevedo, no dia 21 de maio de 95, primeiro campeonato da Europa ainda nos primórdios da ECA, digamos assim, atrás das tripulações da Hungria. Foi a primeira medalha para Portugal. Julgo que esta prova foi de manhã e depois à tarde o Zé Ferreira e o João Gomes a tornarem-se os primeiros campeões da Europa para Portugal na prova masculina. Mas dizia eu então que depois da primeira edição, Portugal conseguiu a sua melhor classificação, foi o 5º lugar, e foi sempre com a Joana Marinho de Sousa. Primeiro em Vila Verde, 2013, Joana Marinho de Sousa com Ana Pimenta, a irmã de Fernando Pimenta. Terminaram
e agora
no
sua
5º
cunhada,
lugar.
não é?
Depois, isso é verdade. E depois também em 2019, em Decize, em França, com a Rita Fernandes. Joana Marinho de Sousa e a Rita Fernandes a terminarem também no 5º lugar. Mas em tripulações não são as únicas participações da Joana, terminou também em 11º em Pontevedra em 2016. Mas fica então para as estatísticas que os 2 5º lugares são os melhores resultados desde a medalha alcançada em 1995 em La Manga del Mar Menor, em Múrcia, em Espanha, com para não me enganar, vou aqui ver a cábula, a Luísa Azevedo e a Susana Ferreira.
Obrigada, Orlando, por nos trazer toda esta informação de forma organizada, consistente e pertinente.
É só para nos recordarmos.
Sim, sim, de todo este percurso. Isto quando também aqui já referimos nos dias anteriores que a nossa Federação Portuguesa de Canoagem, que tem menos de 50 anos, terá uns 47, se não me falha a memória, comparando com outras potências, como a Polónia, que já celebrou mais de 100 anos, portanto somos ainda uns meninos, mas temos aqui um percurso bem rico em termos de resultados.
Everyone settled on the line now. Oh no, I'm lying. It looked like everyone was settled on the line, but we're still a few more to come.
Aqui as Marias nesta embarcação, Maria Rei e Maria Pereira Gomes, aqui nesta embarcação branca, embarcação 21. Ao lado das espanholas que referiste que são as campeãs de Europa do ano passado.
Away they go.
E Eba Barrio.
Spain closest to us, Carbajo and Figueras. To their right-hand side, Hansen and Nielsen, along with Knudsen and Soborg, both of Denmark. They're both in white boats. Red boat, 4th from the top, is the big guns, Vanda Kisley and Sofia Serafin. On the far side, not making so much progress yet, but to the right of the red boat now, Cinco and Shepe, also from Hungary. And we've got the Spaniards to the left of the lead boat. This is Cinco and Sepe, and we can see Serafin and Kisley, and to their left, Osa and Barrios. A lot of experience in the Spanish cruise this weekend. So all settling comfortably. 2 Hungarians together at the front. Denmark to their left in boat 17, which is Hansen and Nielsen. Carbajo and Figueras this side, and all together. French at the back there with Huet and Buenard on board with Hungary too. Kisley, just as she did yesterday, takes the lead, holds the lead, And I think we can see a pattern emerging here in the women's races. So Hungary, Denmark, Hungary, Spain, Portugal with Souza and Morai. Spain again, Portugal again. Just trying to, yeah, French, and then Knudsen and Soborg at the back of that group.
We check the sound. The other one.
Rear view there to the crew we just named. I think that's Knudsen and Soborg right there. And that means potentially we're on the back of the French boat. Great view. See how close everything is.
Marian from 16.
Oh, we got some swimmers at the first turn. Couldn't see who they were, but Hungary away. We've got one crew not in their boat anymore. See as they go here. No, we didn't. I didn't see it in that section either. But you can see at the back, there's all sorts of trouble. We're on board with Kisley and Serafin. Cinco and Shepe with them, as are Osa and Barrios. Souza and Morai also there on the inside. All change. Spaniards coming up between the two Hungarians as Hungary 2, Cinco and Shepe take the lead, I assume. Yep. French doing well there. Huet and Boinard just at the back of that group. Our swimmers must have been, I think, Hansen and Nielsen from Denmark, because they're the ones that are missing from this group. Not great news for Denmark, but they've still got Knudsen and Soborg in the race in 8th place currently. So down to 5 at the moment. Then a gap of 20 meters back to Spain 2 with Carballo and Figueres. Hungary, oh, haven't we just watched this in the junior men's race? Hungary 1, Hungary 2. As we go back to the start for the C2 men, just 7 boats in this race.
7 embarcações e ali as 2 embarcações portuguesas. À vossa esquerda ali vemos a dupla Sérgio Maciel e Júlio Lopes. Júlio Lopes, atleta de Coimbra, e Sérgio Maciel, que representa o Viana Garças Clube, está ali com o boné para trás, e a seu lado a segunda dupla nacional, o Rui Lacerda e o Ricardo Coelho.
Away they go. Talking about experience, we've got more experience in this race. I'm not sure what the average age is in here, but Campos and Romero certainly have been around for a long time, but not quite as long as Grana in the back of Duro's boat there. In here we also have the 2 Poles, Zukora and Bourgil. We saw yesterday in the C1 they were behind, then they caught up, then they stopped racing. We've seen them do that before, just before they win one of the championship races. So maybe they will show, but for the moment it's Duro and Grana at the front, followed by Lacerda and Coelho of Portugal, Campos and Romero from Spain, Plusic Ludani from Hungary, Maciel and Lopez from Portugal. Still 5 in the front group of the K2 as they come past us. Oh God.
5-2 é o layout na frente de prova no K2 Sénior feminino. No primeiro grupo, a dupla Joana Souza e Mariana Moraes. Logo atrás segue a segunda dupla portuguesa, Maria Rei e Maria Pereira Gomes, com 2 embarcações.
So front of the C2 race, Duro, Grana, Lacerda, Coelho, Campos and Romero. Just behind them now, Zucora and Bourgil. They were so strong on about the second or third lap yesterday in the C1s. Remember, they brought Lacerda right up to the two Spaniards who'd been way ahead at that up till that point, and then seemingly just left the race at that point. Potentially down to 3 at the front, 2 Hungarians and Spain, Osa and Barrios. So just Osa and Barrios mixing it with the Hungarians, and it looks like the gap behind them is growing fairly rapidly back to the Portuguese and the French. There's your rear view, just 3 boats. And Spain, they always put together some really tidy looking K2s. I do enjoy watching the Spanish women's K2s. Very, very tidy, very well drilled, and always punching above their weight. Further down the field, we've got Brooks and Montagne leading from Urquhart and Kreft, with Hansen and Nielsen, Knudsen and Soborg on their wash. That's their view up the river to the 2 main groups. But I think that gap will close. There's good persistence in those British crews, and I think they will close up to that second group at some stage. Second group grown to 4 boats. Those 4, Portugal, France, Portugal and Spain. The gap opening up to the front with Cinco and Chepe leading at the moment. Spain's Osa and Barrios. They know they've got a free ride if they just stay there. They're surviving the turns, the portages, and just keeping your nose clean, keeping out of trouble, and don't upset anyone. The chase from Ray and Gomez looking strong as we go to the C2s, and all 4 now pretty much together. Those 4, Duro, Grana, Lacerda, Coelho, Campos, Romero and Zucora and Bourgil closest to us in the familiar red and white of Poland. So onboard views that we've been treated with this weekend, just as they go around that top turn. I'm sure there's more that will be done with that as time progresses, but so cool to see different views of the racing. Under the bridge for the first time go the C2s, all 4 together. Poles just at the back of the group with the 2 Spaniards and the Portuguese. Just in front of them is this K2. They were the ones that took an early swim. That's Hansen and Nielsen. That is a tough day. Didn't see what happened to them. I don't know. We haven't had the luxury of replay, but whatever it was happened very quickly. The boat was still upright when they'd left it. So they're being overhauled now by the C2s. Potentially, if they sit wide on the C2 group, there's a little lift towards the front of the race. Gap not opening too much at the front. On their way back down now from that top turn. It's still, in fact, no, it's the Spanish leading at the moment. Osa and Barrios with Hungarians either side. Just 2 broken away from the chase pack, which is Portugal and France. With the second Portuguese and the second Spaniard, Carballo and Figueras behind them. A little bit of contact with the pontoon for Spaniards in the C2. No, not the Spaniards, that was the Portuguese. Jaime Duro and Oscar Grana leading from the start. Just the two Spaniards alone at the moment after that little brush with the pontoon for the Portuguese, and the Poles nowhere in sight in this shot at least. View back towards the bridge. 3, 2 and 2. Osa Barrios, Cinco Shepe, Serafin Kisley. That's Group 1. Ray and Gomez and Huey and Boinard is Group 2 from Portugal and France respectively. Then the group closest to us is Spain and Portugal with Carballo and Figueras, Souza and Moray. Okay, gap's not growing. 40 meters back to that second pair and another 50 back to the chase pair. You can see how close that second pair. Ray, who was so persistent yesterday, she's back in the game today, and it looks potentially closable, at least for now. But we saw in the junior boys how when the Hungarians decided to go, they went, and it was almost, well, it was irreversible after that point. But the Portuguese will certainly get a lot of encouragement from the bridge. There'll be drums, there'll be whistles, trumpets, you name it. So it's a great ride for Osa and Barrios right now. They know if they can just stick with this pace for another whole lap at least, they should be stretching the gaps. There's Huey and Boinard in the rear view mirror of Ray and Gomez. It's a solid chase from these two. The gap persistent at 40 plus meters. Serafin Kisley. It must be tough when you're an athlete of Kisley's experience and standing to be in the back of a K2 and not have all the decision making be your own. It's a big change from racing your K1 and knowing exactly what's going to happen to you. To be compliant in the back of a K2 is a very different job. And I know from partners I've had, the value of a good back person is immense. Someone who understands what you want to do, someone who reads the situation, is an early set of eyes for you if something's happening around you. It's hugely valuable and a massive skill that takes as much practice as anything else that we have to learn. Cinco and Chepe heading towards the bottom turn for the second time. Kisley and Serafin to their left and the Spaniards on their right. Kisley and Serafin go through on the turn, obviously been let through by their compatriots. The gap isn't big, but it is still there. Huet and Boynard currently leading that chase. Spaniards just staying in contact there. A little gap. They've closed it. Round goes group 3. As the C2s come down to the bottom turn, only the 3 crews in this, or at least in this shot, and it's a good distance down to the poles in 4th place. So Spain and Portugal, just as it was in the C1 yesterday. Douro and Grana seem to have been doing a lot of the leading so far. We saw the finishing speed of Campos yesterday. A lot of encouragement being squeezed into the boat of Portugal there from the bridge. Douro, Grana. Okay, C2 still heading down. You can see the Polish in the background. They were at least at, oh, we're closing in, aren't we? On the front group of the K2s. No Portage this time. Serafin Kisley lead. You see the little squirts of water come out of the boat between the two of them. It's a foot-operated pump in the back of the boat. That's one of the back person's responsibilities. Keep the boat dry. You do not want to be getting to a portage with a boat full of water. Through go Cinco and Chepe, and it's Ray on her own now with Gomez closing down. The French have dropped off, so it's do or die for the Portuguese. The lead group just up the pace a little bit to hold off the Portuguese. So Cinco, Chepe, maybe not the tidiest K2, but it is effective. Thanks. They've upped the pace to hold off the attack from the Portuguese. From a neutral spectator's point of view, it'd be great if the Portuguese could get back there and add a bit of spice to this group. Just across the front of us now, the two British crews, Brooks and Montagna, Urquhart and Kreft, being kept company by Knudsen and Soborg of Denmark.
Senhoras e senhores, a cerimónia de entrega de medalhas do K2 Júnior masculino vai começar.
Ladies and gentlemen, the medal ceremony of the kayak double junior men will begin.
Senhoras e senhores, apresentamos os medalhados do K2 Júnior masculino.
Ladies and gentlemen, we present the medalists of the kayak double junior men.
As medalhas serão entregues por...
And the medals will be presented by Geir Willem, board member of European Canoe Association, with the team leader from Hungary.
E os medalhados de bronze são...
Bronze medalists representing Great Britain, William Short, Alexander Worgan.
E os medalhados de prata são...
Silver medalists representing Hungary, Unor Mayer, Armin Palinkas.
E os medalhados de ouro e vencedores do Campeonato de Europa são...
Gold medalists and European champions representing Hungary, Zarad Lanci, Kevin Budaj.
E os medalhados de ouro. Senhoras e senhores, por favor, levantem-se para escutarem o hino nacional da Hungria.
Please rise for the national anthem of Hungary.
Senhoras e senhores, demonstrem o vosso reconhecimento aos atletas do pódio.
Please give a warm round of applause to the medalists of the kayak double junior men category.
So as the medal ceremony concludes and we get to the picture taking section, Will Short from Great Britain, a medal in every race, the only junior to do that, and to me that makes him man of the match this weekend in the junior section. In the races while you've been gone, or while we've been gone, no real changes except the attack of Ray and Gomez. The attempted closure of that gap between them and the lead group ended up coming to nothing, and the gap has opened up quite considerably now between the three girls' crews that you can see in shot and the Portuguese. In the C2s, no real change, still those same front three boats in the lead, Portugal, Spain and Spain, as we go back to the women's race. And the Spaniards again leading there. Yes, Osa and Barrios. A look over the shoulder there from Cinco and Sepe, but there's not a lot to see behind them, that's for sure. So you can see on the back decks of those two Hungarian boats, it's getting quite crowded now. You've got the little lunch box, which isn't actually a lunch box, it's the technology for the tracker that we use so we can see who's where on the course. Then you have their boat number, obviously, and then the little black box behind that boat number are the new onboard cameras that are being experimented with at this championship. So just coming under the bridge. Somebody testing their Lycra to the max there. Cycling outfit. Lycra's an incredible material. So Cinco, Sepe, go through. Serafin and Kisley cover that. And the Spaniards comfortable on the far side. No real changes in this race. And we can't see, maybe the Portage coming up. It's Portage number 1 after this bottom turn. We saw in the junior boys that the Portage can be like a bomb going off in the group. And that was also Hungarians and Spaniards. Everyone's back.
Yes, we are back. Ivan and Charlotte, here we are.
Yes, tell us what happened while we were not here. How are the Portuguese athletes at this moment?
Well, the Portuguese athletes were doing really well. It was Ray and Gomez. As they came past the front of us, they were so close to the front group, maybe 20 meters, maybe less. Then the front group saw them and they were off, and now the gap is quite big. So they made a really brave attempt to close the gap. They dropped the French on that attempt, so they're on their own now. And but the gap has opened up now. It's too big, really. In the C2, though, that's a different story. So we've got the two Spanish, obviously still there with the Portuguese, but as they came past the front of us, the Portuguese took the lead and looked very strong, to be fair. So, yeah, everything to play for in the C2. Still with a chance of Portuguese medal, but in the K2 at the moment, at least for now, the medals look to be with Hungary and Spain.
Thank for this update, Ivan.
And we were watching your ceremony with interest, obviously. And just pointing out that Will Short, with a medal in every race, pretty much cements himself as man of the match in the junior field this weekend.
Yes, it was a fantastic job during his stay here in Ponte, Lima.
3 medals in 3 events. Way to go, William Short.
They should prepare a big party to him to say, welcome, Short.
I mean, there'll be flags at the airport. There'll be a national holiday, maybe a carriage parade down the Mall in London. Just the usuals, really, when a canoe race happens. This is standard in England.
With a cup of tea.
And a biscuit. So here's the C2s. Portuguese sandwich between two Spanish slices of bread.
E eu vou aproveitar aqui esta brincadeira do Ivan para referir a quem só agora se juntou que o Ivan Lawler é um canoísta britânico que conta no seu medalheiro com 5 medalhas de ouro e 2 de prata, conquistadas em campeonatos do mundo de maratona em canoagem. Tem um percurso curioso. Começou como decorador de interiores, mas a sua carreira como canoísta conta ainda com a participação em campeonatos de velocidade. Ganhou 2 medalhas nas provas do K2000 no Campeonato do Mundo, uma medalha de ouro em 1990 e uma de prata em 1989, conquistada em K2 na distância de 10.000 metros. Em termos de clube, sempre competiu pelo Elmbridge Canoe Club e tem 3 participações olímpicas. O melhor resultado foi um 6º lugar na semifinal da prova do K2 500 em Seul em 1988. Já foi presidente da Federação Britânica de Canoagem em 2017 e agora chegamos onde eu queria chegar. Ele foi nomeado membro da Ordem do Império Britânico em 2000, portanto uma distinção recebida há 25 anos pelos serviços prestados à canoagem. Portanto, eu aproveitei aqui esta dica e este humor britânico para referir que de facto estamos aqui com uma super estrela da canoagem que é uma referência para todos nós.
É verdade, e sempre bem disposto e muito conhecedor, e consegue estar aqui 2, 3 horas sempre a falar sobre o que se passa dentro da água com muito entusiasmo. E estávamos a falar aqui em off, já várias vezes, ele diz, as provas passam tão rápido. É muito conhecedor e gosta efetivamente de todos os pormenores, do princípio até ao fim, em todas as competições.
Portugal lead, the Spaniards through the bridge as they go down to their bottom turn, and any second now we're kind of expecting the K2s to come through for portage number 1. 7 laps, 6 portages for the K2 women, and in the C2 6 laps and 5 portages. The course for the C2s was always the same as the women. Obviously wrong. I don't mind being wrong.
No, it's not the same.
There you go. I know it's not here. So here we go. The approach to portage number 1. Cinco and Sepe leading. Serafin and Kisley to their left. And the Spaniards tucked in the back behind them. So we saw the chaos that could ensue on the first portage in the junior men's race earlier today. A little bit more experience in these crews, so you would hope for a slightly tidier affair. All coming through the right-hand arch. You see the Portuguese in the background there. Up and away, much better than the junior boys. Spanish a little bit slower, just to rise out of their boat. No one coming through the feeding lane. Spaniards running well.
E agora a vossa atenção, porque se aproxima a primeira tripulação portuguesa, são as Marias. Vamos lá!
Out come the Portuguese, nicely done. Spaniards away, I think, with the leaders. There you can see it in the distance.
Aqui a correr na portagem, Maria Luísa Pereira Gomes, campeã de Europa em K1 Júnior feminino. Ela também se sagrou campeã do mundo em Metrovic na Croácia.
It's a shame those two weren't with the lead group because they're portaging much better than the leaders. But they've got a chase group of 3 behind them. In shot now, France, Spain 2, and Portugal 2. So that's excuse me. Carballo and Figueres of Spain, Huet and Boinard of France, Sousa and Moret of Portugal. Here's your leaders all together.
A segunda embarcação portuguesa tripulada pela Joana Marinho de Sousa e Mariana Moraes, também aqui a fazer uma boa passagem por terra.
Two British crews coming through the portage together. Brooks Montagna, Urquhart and Kreft. They seem to have left Knudsen and Soborg behind by a considerable distance at the moment.
They were the ones who capsized in the
No, that was Hansen and Nielsen.
Okay.
Yeah. They're still going. They're still on the course somewhere. In fact, just gone under the bridge opposite us.
Entretanto, na frente de prova na canoa dupla, vemos a dupla portuguesa que foi prata no ano passado, o Rui Lacerda e o Ricardo Coelho.
Every time we see this C2 race, the Portuguese are trying. They're trying to do something to the Spaniards.
Ivan.
They're not just loitering around.
The Spanish working together.
Yeah, I'm sure. But
No,
the Portuguese are...
They block the teammates.
You've got to give yourself the opportunity, haven't you? And I think the Portuguese are doing that. Yeah, the Spaniards, it's Spaniard versus Spaniard again.
It is. They blocked the teammates
crazy.
and now they are back into the wash.
Yeah. But Portugal looking pretty smooth in the
They
C2.
Estamos aqui a comentar em inglês que a equipa espanhola bloqueou os colegas de equipa e permitiu que Portugal ficasse na liderança. Entretanto, eles não estão a conseguir recuperar, mas a segunda equipa de Espanha a ficar para trás precisamente por aquele movimento que os colegas de equipa fizeram. Portanto, eles vêm para trás, bloqueiam a subida para a onda lateral e depois voltam para o local onde estavam. Entretanto, os colegas de equipa ficaram para trás. Já há pouco o K2 Júnior espanhol não colaboraram e o mesmo a acontecer com as C2 de Espanha. Portanto, aqui algo se passa no reino aqui ao lado.
Para nós é bom, Orlando.
Sim, mas quer dizer, é um bocado estranho observar
Menos uma
isto.
embarcação ali para ganhar junto da dupla nacional. Aqui estão eles, a embarcação 35 e que vai aqui colher um forte apoio à passagem na portagem.
Portage number 1 and Portugal most definitely in the ascendancy here. Just one Spanish crew left with them and they're first to rise and first to be running.
Vamos lá, o vosso apoio para Portugal. Lacerda e Coelho na frente.
Granat just struggling to get in contact with the back of his boat. Oscar Granat only just now picked up the back of the Spanish C2. He just missed the handhold as he got out the boat, and Portugal have got a lead of 3 to 4 lengths.
Aqui os portugueses já de regresso à água, depois da passagem por
Away
terra.
go
Vamos lá.
Portugal. Spain having a little bit of trouble there, just losing a little bit of ground. It's going to be that same 4 lengths they had on the run. And that's a decent catch up to do. Portugal looking good. Spain 2? Where are Spain 2?
Sim, eles estão agora a colar-se à dupla portuguesa, Rui Lacerda e Ricardo Coelho. Prata no ano passado na canoa dupla. Lembrar que já ontem o Rui Lacerda também conquistou a prata competindo na canoa monolugar na prova longa. Depois de ter sido o quinto na prova curta.
É verdade.
So Spanish back with the Portuguese now. Grana just struggling on the exit of that portage to grab hold of the boat. Took him at least 10 strides before he made contact. And now they're back together with the Portuguese.
Grana is born in 1976, 39 years of age. He's been doing this for so long. His first World Championship was in 2002. 49? Yeah, 49, not 4. Yeah, I'm first.
Yeah.
My maths is not good. 49.
Yes.
I spoke with him last year in Metkovic, and kind of made a joke about that, and he took it as a joke. But he said, "No, I love doing it. I want to do it. I will do it again next year." And I'm just enjoying myself doing it. He saw that 48 then was old, but so
It's
what?
not old.
So
it's
what?
experience.
Yeah.
So
and
why not?
It was a really good answer he gave. He saw the joke, he accepted that, but said, "You know what? I love it, and I'm going to do it
Keep
some
doing,
more."
And they finished second in the World Championship.
Yeah, that was the interview after that at the medal ceremony. Really impressed me the way he just
It's a privilege also if he likes this, if he is able to do this.
To do it.
Let's enjoy.
For sure. The graphic on the senior K2 women is a bleak picture for Denmark, and actually, quite a tough one for Great Britain too. Hungary and Spain, Portugal and France all up the sharp end. I think we've got some Portuguese approaching somewhere.
It's Sérgio Maciel.
Sim, o atleta... vamos falar um bocadinho, Orlando, traz aí esses resultados já aqui muito significativos conquistados pelo atleta português, que está aqui a correr na Portagem, fazendo desta feita prova com o Júlio Lopes, atleta do Clube Fluvial de Coimbra. Vamos lembrar os feitos de
Sérgio Maciel é uma máquina.
There's very little as entertaining as Sergio Maciel when he's on a full sprint on the Portage. When he runs so fast.
Yes.
And I've been entertained by that for years now. When he's on full form, he's absolutely brilliant to watch.
He has a big heart.
Yeah.
Mas estava então a dizer que Sérgio Maciel, já anda nisto também há uns anos, já nos deu muitas alegrias e há de continuar a dar. Foi campeão da Europa de Júniores em 2016, aqui em Pontevedra. No ano seguinte, no Campeonato do Mundo, terminou no segundo lugar, atrás do Marco Apura. Foi na altura, em Brandemburgo 2016, Marco Apura foi campeão do mundo júnior e o Sérgio Maciel, segundo classificado. Fariam depois, de resto, tripulação para terminar no terceiro lugar na medalha de bronze. Um currículo muito recheado. Em Moscovo 2021 sagrou-se campeão da Europa de sub-23. Foi campeão do mundo de sub-23 em Vila Verde em 2018.
Foi a única medalha portuguesa na altura.
Sim, com o Ricardo Coelho, que está aqui a competir, a terminar no sexto lugar também nos sub-23. Tem muitas medalhas conquistadas. Nos séniores já foi terceiro classificado em Silkeborg 2022. Foi o terceiro classificado atrás do Manuel Campos e do Manuel Garrido, ambos atletas espanhóis. Desde aí tem andado na luta pelos primeiros lugares, mas não voltou a subir ao pódio, mas no entanto, provas consistentes com quintos e sextos lugares, e o ano passado, há 2 anos em Slavodsky Brod, terminou no quarto lugar. É a sua melhor classificação desde essa subida ao pódio. Um currículo recheado de sucessos, atleta muito dedicado.
E contar ainda com o prémio Fair Play que ele recebeu na altura, porque na competição o Marco Apura tinha-se enganado no percurso e ele deixou que o atleta nacional corrigisse a trajetória, estava na frente de prova, e isso valeu-lhe depois a atribuição do prémio Fair Play naquele ano,
no Mundial.
parte do COP.
No Mundial.
Sim.
E diz muito da pessoa.
Sim.
Diz muito da pessoa. Acho que isso, mais do que as medalhas, diz muito do caráter das pessoas. É um grande gesto para o adversário. E a vencer às vezes não é tudo, não é?
Não.
A integridade, nós também reconhecermos que naquela altura, naquele momento, o adversário estava ligeiramente mais forte e que se não fosse aquele lamentável engano, acho que fica melhor assim.
Sim. E ele acabou por ver esse gesto também reconhecido, e nós aqui felizes também por ver esta salutar convivência e este reconhecimento do mérito por parte do outro atleta português, não é? Porque às vezes, e nós vemos aqui às vezes na competição, as pessoas estão tão focadas, fazem asneiras. Estou-me a lembrar aqui, foi no primeiro dia que estavam ali as atletas da frente e iam desembarcar junto ao pódio e não na portagem. Portanto, às vezes estão tão focados ali no esforço, com a determinação, que coisas que parecem pouco racionais acontecem.
Não conseguem ver para além do óbvio. Também tem a ver com a competição. Mas pronto, Sérgio Maciel é então aquela máquina, tem já 2 títulos europeus e um título mundial no seu currículo. Um grande atleta da canoagem portuguesa. E está aqui na tripulação da C2, onde seguem ali ligeiramente atrasados em relação ao grupo da frente, estão no 7º lugar. Estas são as imagens dos líderes. Os portugueses trabalharam bastante antes da portagem, deixaram para trás a tripulação de Espanha, o Manuel Campos e o Diego Romero. Agora é o Jaime Duro e o Oscar Grana que estão a trabalhar para tentar impedir a subida dos seus colegas de equipa.
Hungarians just trying to stretch the Spaniards down at the bottom turn in the women's K2 race. Just left them, then the change of lead, but the Spaniards are up to the task. They've stuck with it. Meanwhile, down towards the bridge in the main picture, you can see the C2 just covering the distance at the moment. Decent gap back to the 3rd C2. Just these two on their own at the moment. Behind them, it's Campos and Romero. The gap now grown to around 100 meters.
Esta tripulação lusa também são uma máquina. Depositamos aqui então, naturalmente, esperanças na 8ª medalha para Portugal. Tinham sido estas as previsões de alguém?
De alguém ex-presidente?
Era a aposta aqui do Vítor Félix nos bastidores. Vamos ver se conseguimos e eventualmente até ultrapassar esse número. Mas cada coisa a seu tempo. Dizer que este atleta limiano, 26 anos, o Ricardo André Rodrigues Coelho, tem tido também uma época espetacular. Ele venceu o fundo, ele venceu a maratona na prova curta, na prova longa, também venceu com o Rui Lacerda e, portanto, está a ter aqui uma época tremenda. Ele ontem depois acabou por abandonar a prova longa e eu julgo também já a pensar na tripulação de hoje. Vamos ver.
Sim, a prova de ontem foi atípica. Ali na volta inicial, os espanhóis conseguiram fugir e acabou por ser uma prova bastante atípica. Apenas o Rui Lacerda foi capaz de depois chegar à frente e até intrometer-se entre os dois espanhóis para conseguir alcançar a medalha de prata. Então o Ricardo Coelho, a pensar já na prova de hoje, optou por fazer, julgo de 2 ou 3 voltas e encostou. Um pouco para aquecer os motores para hoje.
Para hoje. Orlando, mas também vimos aqui os polacos que seriam aqui potenciais candidatos ao pódio e eles hoje parece aqui passar-se algo com esta tripulação.
Sim, então estão abaixo daquilo que nós esperaríamos da equipa da Polónia. Os atuais campeões da Europa e campeões do mundo.
We just had a rear view shot of Cinco and Sepe coming into the Portage. It'd be really nice if they kept that camera shot as they approach and do the portage. You see them get out, you'd see the whole process.
Não sei se nos estão a ouvir, era bom que conseguisse esta câmara, esta última imagem que tivemos da câmara traseira que mostra as atletas no K2, se pudessem dar essa imagem na portagem, uma perspectiva diferente, se o pudessem fazer aqui um teste.
Here they come into the portage. Camera on the back deck of the white boat leading. Would be brilliant to see that if we can get that on the next portage maybe. So they jump out, up and running. Everyone pretty smooth there. Always the Spaniards just at the back of the group. And you know that the only thing in the Spaniards' mind as they run this is we have to get within touch of those two crews, because if they don't on any one of these portages, then it's probably game over. That is a great view. See how close to the fence they're going to hold off the red boat. And the red boats had to go. You can see them on the outside of them now. to the red boat with Kisley. That's a nice little view. You get some impression of how long that portage is, but they're all away together.
E agora o apoio à dupla portuguesa. Vamos lá, Marias. Maria Rei e Maria Luísa. Aqui estão a correr em mais uma portagem, colhendo aqui o sonoro apoio do público presente em Ponte Lima.
That has to be an Enriquez giving out the bottles with hair like that. These two put up such a brave chase on those early laps, but falling back now potentially to the group behind them. It's only about a 50, 60 metre gap back to these crews. And you feel with the chase group, well, it's not a chase group actually, it is just the French. So here's your leaders.
Vamos lá, o apoio à dupla de Portugal, Joana Souza e
Mariana Moraes,
Mariana
aqui
Moraes.
a carimbarem, a iniciarem mais uma portagem. Vamos lá, meninas.
Vamos lá, Portugal. Recuperar energia para continuar a sua prestação neste campeonato da Europa de maratona. O K2 Sénior feminino.
Agora é o Bruno Cerqueira que está ali.
What's with the
na
ankle,
zona
the ankle bracelet? Is she on day release from prison, or what's happening here?
I've been paying attention to all the details.
It's
the
it's
time.
detail. You need to see this
impressive.
stuff. Yeah.
I have no idea, but I can tell you that the Portuguese at curling, they're in fourth place. They've lost 10 seconds in this lap.
On the leaders. That's not bad.
Not bad, no. 36, now it's 46.
Yeah, that's not
Seconds.
too bad. On
No.
their own, it's a tough chase on your own. Men C2, they're coming up for their next portage. Look at the crowds gathered here today. Immense. I do love those two little lines of Roman soldiers. Nice touch there. As we go past, you might see them end on. They look better end on, I think. Look at that. Oh, there's people in the way.
It's a reference point in the landscape of Ponte Lima. Yeah.
And on the
Do
other
you have a
other
picture
side,
there? No.
no, I think I did when we first came and the event was down there.
Yes.
But on the other side, you got like a centurion on a horse, a general maybe. And is he directly opposite them? Or?
No, I don't
Right.
think so. I think they are.
They're separate.
but,
No. It's a shame.
Because you
should-
have a photo booth, like a photo booth
Yeah.
there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
With yes.
Here we go. Portage and number 2 for the men's C2. This time it's Grana and Duro who lead in. We saw Grana just struggle on the exit from the boat. I guess it's harder to get out if you're whichever leg, because you've got to get out on the right. But one of you's got to be better positioned for that. It looks like the one who kneels on, the front guy is a better position to get out than the back. This time, no mistakes. Portuguese trying to get their boat over the back of the Spaniards because they're not in the feeding lane. They're running hard. They are running super hard. There's stress in the Spanish camp. I think he did stop before the white line at the end of the feeding lane, but he had to put on full brakes to do it. Portuguese are going to be in first, not far enough ahead of the Spanish to make a difference. If they'd come in first and hadn't had to duck over the back of the Spanish boat, there could have been a gap of 2, maybe 3 lengths. Second Spanish crew chasing behind.
A segunda embarcação de Espanha, Manuel Campos e Diego Romero a carimbarem então agora a portagem.
Manuel Campos and Diego Romero lost 3 seconds in the Portage. They were 29 seconds behind in the start. In the re-entry into the water, 32 seconds behind. Vantagem para o grupo de Portugal com Espanha. 32 segundos de vantagem para os perseguidores.
It's so nice having here this information.
It is.
From
I
Orlando.
may do
It's so
detail, but Orlando does
yes,
precision.
Precision all the time.
Yeah.
I love this.
He is on it. So in the K2, the British K2s are slowly closing down Portugal 2 with Sousa and Moret. You see the graphic on screen there. Still about 100 meters the difference between the two, but I think that's reducing over the last lap. Leaders though, Spain flanked either side by Hungary as they come down towards the bridge.
The Spanish were European champions last year. Irati Ossa she teamed up with Arantxa Toledo, but this team with Eva Barrios, it's not.
It's a new crew.
It's a new crew, but as strong as the one
I mean,
was
so
able
they've
to
all
win.
been in the team for a long time. You've got Alvarez, Barrios, Osa Irati. Yeah, they've been around for a long time now, this team. And they seem to be able to mix and match quite comfortably. I think their K2s always, of all the K2s out there, their K2s look the tidiest, look the best. It's a long trip down to the bottom turn again, and nothing's really going to change in any of these races for a while. It's covering the distance now. Perhaps the Portuguese falling back towards the French slightly in 3rd and 4th place. There's no motivation at the front to press on, that's for sure.
You could see the Portuguese and the French on your screen on the right top.
Are they together now?
Yeah. Yes, they are.
On the, yeah. Have I missed an update on my track?
Or maybe
No, the only crews that are together are the two British crews.
Yeah, yeah.
So that
My
could be the
mistake.
British crews. I think it is. So that's Urquhart, Kraft, Brooks and Montagne. And they're chasing down Sousa and Moret in front of them.
It was my wishful thinking.
Yeah.
Working together to catch the leading group.
There is nothing wrong with wishful thinking. Cinco and Chepe lead Zerafin and Kisley.
Orlando, as portuguesas então em 4º lugar, não é? As Marias.
Sim, aqui com a passagem do Sérgio Maciel e algum...
O que é que se passou aqui?
Foi ali alguma coisa solta.
E o Júlio Lopes. Ouvimos para aqui uns barulhos um pouco estranhos na portagem.
I'm not sure what got thrown out of the boat there. We'll see if we can see when the official picks it up. He's just going to pick it up now, whatever it was. Looks like a bit of boat failure. So one of the struts across the back of the C2 appears to have fallen out. I don't know if that makes any difference to how they progress from here. Not good news for the Danish. We had the one swimmer at that first turn, Hansen and Nielsen. They've just run through the portage. And in other news, Knudsen and Soborg have retired from the race. So Denmark not having the best of days out here this morning.
E vemos que há uma diferença de cerca de 150 metros a separar as portuguesas que ocupam a 4ª posição do grupo da frente. Já nas canoas, tudo melhor aqui para a equipa portuguesa. Orlando.
Sim, estamos bem, estamos no grupo da frente, estamos aqui a dividir o esforço com os espanhóis, que tinham interesse em deixar os seus colegas de equipa para trás. Agora é uma questão de gerirem a prova da melhor forma. Os nossos portugueses já por 2 vezes foram vice-campeões da Europa. Com certeza que querem vencer aqui em casa. Depois,
e é espetacular.
Ui, então a casa vinha abaixo. Foram vice-campeões da Europa em Moscovo e também na época passada, uma época extraordinária para os portugueses, foram vice-campeões da Europa atrás dos polacos. E depois foram medalhados de bronze no Mundial, precisamente atrás dos mesmos polacos, o Mateusz Zukora e o
Borgiel,
Borgiel, e atrás desta equipa, desta dupla espanhola, que foram os vice-campeões mundiais. Portanto, já se conhecem bem há muitos anos. Vai ser aqui depois uma fase final de prova para seguir com atenção, quando ainda faltam 3 de 5 portagens, 5 passagens aqui por terra.
Os polacos já cá não estão, certo? Agora deixa-me cá ver no sistema track. Estava aqui a ver a prova errada.
Ainda estão em 4º lugar, mas estão abaixo, não estão no seu melhor momento de forma, a equipa da Polónia. Apesar do Mateusz Borgiel ter conquistado a medalha de prata, a medalha de bronze, perdão, na prova curta, mas realmente não, um pouco abaixo das expectativas.
C2's towards the bridge. Trumpets are blowing. Last time they had this many trumpets blowing, it didn't end well in Jericho, did it? We could lose a bridge here if they play them all at the same time. They should know better. Grana leading from the Portuguese. Portugal looking strong, Carla? You hoping, or where are we with this?
I don't want to talk about it. I'm so,
okay.
How I say, I'm anxious about this.
You can, it's
Lima,
okay, you can calm down.
Both
you're with friends.
Yes.
You're going to be okay.
Agora vou aqui falar em português. Isto às vezes não é muito fácil, Orlando, para nós falar sobre as equipas quando nós estamos aqui. Não conseguimos ser imparciais, não é? Quando temos aqui os nossos atletas neste contexto, não é?
Não temos que ser imparciais. O comentador britânico também, quando são os ingleses, os britânicos a chegar nos lugares da frente também não é imparcial. Portanto, aqui temos que, muitas vezes é melhor deixarmos a emoção vir ao de cima. Também motiva quem nos está a ouvir em casa e quem está aqui perto. A escutar-nos.
It's fair to explain to Ivan what we were saying in Portuguese, I think. Orlando.
I'll just assume it was very kind and very generous.
Now we were saying that we should be impartial, but sometimes it's not possible.
I don't think we should be impartial.
Oh, yeah.
And we were saying that when the Portuguese, we like to show our emotions, and that you like to show your emotions when the teams from Great Britain, and that's
absolutely.
Good.
I think that's absolutely right. You know,
Okay.
it is emotional, isn't it, when your team's doing well, and I think it's without that, what.
So
no
I'm so relieved.
Yeah.
I can say
You
what
can say whatever you want.
Okay, thank you for this.
They've given us microphones. I mean, once they've given you a microphone, you're pretty much in charge of what people hear. Okay, we're coming into Portage number 3. No change so far on any of the others. Spaniards always come in third, leave third, all they have to do is maintain contact with the Hungarians, and it's one more lap down. Every portage, there's that fear that something could happen and you lose touch with the leaders. But Spain have been organised so far. Everyone out, up and away comfortably, tidily. Disposal of the empty bags from the Hungarians. Every time the red boat of Serafin and Kisley runs past the white boat of Cinco and Shepe, Spaniards always lose a length or two on the run, but then it's, you see the red boat still ahead at the moment, then up will come, there we go. There's the red boat of Kisley and Serafin. They'll all be in the water around the same time. The red boat ahead, boat goes in, foot in, other foot. Spaniards arriving on the right hand side. This time they're all away super close together as the Portuguese come in at the other end of the portage. These girls running better than all the other three crews, I think.
Vamos lá, Portugal, vamos lá, Marias.
French arrived at the entrance to the portage. They had to stop and empty. They'll lose a bit of ground doing that, but it's better to empty than to carry on with a boat full of water. So Portugal still going strong in 4th place. France running through the feeding lane.
Portugal lost 4 seconds in this lap.
Which is virtually nothing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Working together in the front and the Portuguese alone. So 4 seconds.
Hungarians just forcing the Spanish out to the left. The Spanish will drop round and come in behind the back of the red boat. Another lap pretty much the same as the last, and that's the same case here as well. Just trying to work out where we are. We're coming back up towards the bridge. There's the Roman general on the horse the other side, and we're heading back towards Portage 3 from the men's C2.
O vosso apoio para a equipa portuguesa com a Joana Souza e a Mariana Moraes, passagem aqui na terceira portagem. Vamos lá, Portugal.
Elas seguem sem abastecer, tudo ok. Vamos lá, meninas.
So, British crew of Brooks and Montagna have closed down the Portuguese Sousa and Murray with Urquhart and Kreft just behind. Brooks and Montagna look like they want to make that gap stick, with Urquhart and Kreft just drifting off the pace slightly. C2's almost back to the bridge now. Here we go for portage number 3 for the C2s.
O vosso apoio para a dupla portuguesa que está no grupo da frente, Lacerda e Coelho.
Vamos lá, a correr então os limianos na terceira portagem. Vamos!
Katie, have you been bad? Has she been bad?
Tudo a correr bem para as cores nacionais nesta portagem. Reentrada, perfeito, e seguir caminho, muito, muito bem. Esta é então a terceira de 5 portagens.
Just 2 more portages to go for the C2s now. 3 more for the K2s.
20 segundos foi quanto precisou esta dupla portuguesa para percorrer esta terceira portagem.
Spanish crew, they lost 32 seconds in this lap.
Yeah, I think they're really struggling now.
Yeah, they were 29 seconds behind. They are now 1 minute and 1 second behind. Este é o grupo da frente do K2 feminino. Tem-se entendido bem na frente. Lá atrás vemos as portuguesas, a Maria Rei e a Maria Luísa.
Maria Luísa Gomes, ela aqui em Ponte Lima é mais reconhecida por Luísa. Pelo menos é o que eu vou escutando aqui.
Sim, ali na ponte, quando estava na prova individual, os gritos eram de Força Luísa.
Transpira serenidade este grupo da frente no
Sim.
K2 Sénior.
Sim, agora temos a equipa espanhola na frente, com as húngaras na onda. Aqui também, lá mais para a frente, vamos ter... alguém vai ter que tomar uma decisão. Qualquer uma destas pode sagrar-se campeã da Europa. Por isso, é preciso ter atenção depois à fase final da prova. Eu repito então que as atuais campeãs da Europa são as espanholas Irati Oza e Arantxa Toledo. Mais tarde, depois, no Campeonato do Mundo, uma dupla da Hungria, Soka Sikos e a MSC Koalmi, foram as campeãs do mundo. A MSC Koalmi já com muitas medalhas conquistadas também nos 5.000 metros, onde tem sido fortíssima. Segundas classificadas foram as sul-africanas, Saskia Oakley e a Christy McKenzie, que estiveram ambas na Madeira o ano passado, no Mundial de Canoe Ocean Race. E terceiras classificadas, Melina Anderson e Ella Richter.
See, with that second Spanish C2 losing so much ground on that last lap, we've got the potential that the Polish in 4th place, they're still 250 meters behind, but there's definitely potential for that to change. They've still got 2 big laps to go.
They need to find their pace, otherwise they will be... The Polish will get to them.
The Spanish leading the women's K2 race, putting a long stint at the front, pretty much since the top turn.
And this is the leading group of the women's kayak double. Last year, Spain was able to win, and Hungary finished 2nd and 3rd place in Poznan on the 28th of July 2024.
The Hungarians must be talking to each other, because that red boat dropped back way before the white boat came up there, didn't they? Why would they drop back? They must have known that that was going to happen. So the Hungarians communicating with each other out there. Spanish on their own, obviously. The Spanish doing a good job.
But communication is key in a race like this. If you want to get gold, when you have two teams from your country, if you want to get gold, it's we know that our teammate is our biggest adversary always. But anyway, for people watching, it's quite strange when you allow a team from another country to win because you're working against each other.
But it happens so often.
It is.
Well.
It happens. Yes.
Things are pretty slow at the front of the C2 race by the look of it. I think the Portuguese just dropping around the back of the Spaniards there. They obviously prefer wash riding on that right-hand side. Maciel making his portage a little bit chaotic.
Vem para a Portage.
Aqui sobre esta dupla nacional, dizer que o Júlio Castro Lopes é um atleta de 26 anos, representa o Clube Fluvial de Coimbra, é treinado pelo Diogo Evangelista. Ele tem integrado os trabalhos da Seleção Nacional Sénior de Velocidade, mas aqui na maratona não é a praia dele, mas naturalmente está aqui a dar o seu melhor para dignificar a camisola portuguesa. No seu medalheiro deste ano conta com um segundo lugar na Taça de Portugal de Velocidade, na canoa monolugar nos 500 metros. Campeonato Nacional de Maratona foi segundo classificado na C2, que ditou o apuramento então para este europeu. Já o Sérgio Maciel também tem 26 anos, é treinado pelo Rodolfo Coelho e compete ao serviço do Viena Garças Clube. Tem aqui várias medalhas conquistadas no ano passado e já aqui falaste muito bem dos excelentes resultados internacionais.
Mas aproveitando a tua deixa, aqui os atletas que têm a base da pista e aproveitando aquilo que ouvimos aqui à nossa frente há pouco, na verdade, em certas provas de maratona, se conseguires aguentar os primeiros 4 ou 5 quilómetros, vindo da pista tens reais possibilidades de acabar na frente, porque o ritmo depois baixa bastante. Não foi o caso das provas que vimos ontem, do Sub-23 e dos Séniores, não foi o caso, mas há determinado tipo de competições aqui na maratona que são muito intensos nas primeiras 2, 3 voltas, mas depois o ritmo efetivamente baixa bastante e depois só volta a subir na volta final.
Na volta final, exatamente. E também para o crescimento como atletas, estas experiências, combinar a participação em provas de pista com maratona, contribui sempre para melhorar a performance, eu diria.
Sim, claro, e os atletas fazem tantos quilómetros, os atletas da pista fazem tantos quilómetros na sua preparação. Se os calendários permitissem, íamos ter ainda mais. Se olharmos para o calendário, aliás, se olharmos para os resultados do Mundial, acaba por ter muito mais atletas que vêm da pista, porque, entretanto, a época de velocidade já terminou. Aqui o calendário do europeu muitas vezes não permite que se desvie a preparação da velocidade para vir cumprir aqui uma maratona, já pode vir a fazer estragos grandes no ciclo competitivo e optarem por não fazer isso.
Women's K2 heading towards Portage number 4. And pretty much the same picture over and over in this race. Spaniards arrive last, try and stay in contact on the Portage, just so that there's one more lap. C2's heading down to the bottom turn. And they'll come back for Portage number 4 also, but 4 out of 5, not 4 out of 6. So white boat from Hungary, Cinco and Chepe again will lead into the Portage. The red boat of Serafin and Kisley looks slightly tidier, better on the timing than the other boat, but the other boat has history and they clearly can make that boat move along very, very well. So about a minute to go until the next portage, portage number 4 for the senior women's K2. A little bit of a flurry coming in. Taking the speed up, standing up together. Chepe just getting out in time before the front was picked up. Everyone running together. Quick drink change. Looks like the Spaniards are in for a drink change this time. Also, it's going to have to be efficient. Kisley and Serafin already through. Spaniards just a little bit of a gap. If Serafin and Kisley are in quickly and away, it could be a tough chase for the Spaniards. Hopefully in contact with the white boat of Chepe and Cinco, they are. So we'll get their ride back to the front and all the stress is reduced again. Everything back to normal. Two more portages in the K2 senior women. Two more portages in the C2 men. Next through will be Ray and Gomez. Here they come now.
E agora as Marias a correrem em mais uma portagem. Vamos, meninas.
Still holding off the French in the background, but with the French now is Spain 2, Caballo and Figueras. And these girls have got to stay ahead on their own for another 2 big laps. The medals currently sit with these 3 though. Hungary, and Spain 1. Next to arrive at the portage should be Sousa, Amaray and Brooks and Montagne, Portugal and Great Britain.
And Portugal trying to break away in the C2.
C2, it's kicking off. And it's over. Portugal win that battle. Brooks and Montagne just leading the Portuguese into portage number 4.
Vamos lá, Portugal, vamos lá, Portugal.
Joana Marinho de Souza e Mariana Moraes correm em mais uma portagem atrás desta dupla britânica que vemos das
Portugal
imagens.
Portugal fugiu na C2. Portugal está na frente isolado. Portugal na frente isolado. Lacerda e Ricardo Coelho estão isolados na frente, vão para fugir, agora, é um ataque fortíssimo por parte da equipa portuguesa. Aqui está, vamos embora Portugal, determinação absoluta na face dos atletas portugueses.
Got ourselves a gap in the men's C2. It's a significant gap. Grana struggling in the back of the Spanish boat.
O Rui Lacerda
Duro in the front.
está determinado a fechar com chave de ouro esta participação no europeu realizada em casa. Vê-se isso estampado no seu rosto.
One more portage for those C2s, and it looks at the moment like Portugal have broken away. Yeah, that's when it happened. Right, cool. Done well then. 3 K2s round the top turn. A little bit of paddles down from someone and through the portage, Urquhart and Kreft from Great Britain. It's fatigue in that boat, little catch of the foot on the back of the boat as they got in. And away they go. Second place in the men's C2, Duro and Grana. Well ahead of third, just running through the portage now. And it'd be interesting to see whether Poles have made any ground up. I don't think they have. I think they're actually losing ground, the Poles, now on the Spaniards. So it looks like Portugal 1, Spain 2, Spain 3 at the moment. Portuguese C2 closing down on the 2 K2s. Great Britain and Portugal in the distance. Meanwhile, the leaders march on in beautiful flat water. It is a lovely day here today, isn't it?
It is.
Looks like.
There's no wind.
Can we talk statistics?
Yeah, let's have a chat about
Let's have it.
statistics.
Kayak double women. Okay. This is the 21st edition of the kayak double women. Only 6 nations were able to win. Hungary won 14 times. Can you imagine that?
Jeez.
In 14 goals for Hungary. Great Britain is the only country who were able to win twice, because Spain, Denmark, Sweden, and the Czech Republic, they have 1 goal. No more nations ever won. And Great Britain, they were the winners in '97 with Patricia Davy, Sonia Bepti.
Wow.
And they were the winners in 2013 here in Vila Verde in Portugal. Faye Lamf and Lizzie Broughton.
Faye and Lizzie were, they were serial medalists. They were very, very good crew. Yeah,
So the British are so happy in Portugal.
We like it in Portugal. Feel very welcome here.
Thank
Very
you.
comfortable place to be. Nice weather. Reminds us of home.
Completely.
So we feel very at home here.
And it's one of the oldest partnerships on the
Yeah.
world.
We share the time zone. We mentioned that
Yes.
earlier. There aren't many people on our time zone, just us. A few others in the southern hemisphere.
Uh-huh.
But yeah.
So-
We're virtually twins.
Virtually
Maybe separated at
twins.
birth.
Yes.
Maybe somebody stole you from the hospital. And
And we still have the Windsor Treaty.
the
Windsor Treaty,
do we? Which is
which is what was signed, I think, 1385
right.
between Portugal and Spain and the Great Britain. Well,
Yes.
England.
England.
It was a friendship treaty because you helped us against our friendly neighbors in a battle. And I think the daughter of our king married the son of your king,
Right.
and she became
The Queen.
queen.
Brilliant.
Yeah. And
That's the value of stats for
and we say that the Windsor Treaty was never denounced, so
Yep, so it
stays in
still
place.
exists.
Yeah. It's the oldest treaty ever signed between two nations that still is in place.
The things
I like
that you
that.
learn
Yeah,
here.
I like that a lot.
And if you go to Algarve, sometimes it looks like a great reason.
I think sometimes if you go to the Algarve and you're Portuguese, you might wonder why you still have that treaty.
Yes.
Okay, K2's coming through the bridge for their penultimate Portage. The C1s, next time we see them, Portage is the end. And the last shot we had was of Portugal way ahead. It looks like about 150 meters ahead of Douro and Granite. And it looks like things are beginning to turn in the Portuguese favour, at least in the C2 race. K2 looking good for Spain still. They're certainly going to make it into at least third place. And I'm sure they've got plans to raise it up from there. Hungarians running through the Portage in front of us. That's Plusik and Ludani. Or no, it could be Bako and Laxo actually. Bako and Laxo running through the Portage in front of us. Way down though on the leaders in shot, which is Lacerda and Coelho of Portugal.
It's the last long lap for the C2.
It is. One Portage and one short lap to go. So the turn where we see Love Island there, that'll be their final turn, and that's, they've only got one bottom turn, one Portage and that final turn.
Com isto, Orlando, apetece-me parafrasear o nosso anterior presidente da Federação Portuguesa de Canoagem, o Vítor Félix, quando foi o Mundial, e ele referia que acredita que há dias perfeitos. E se esta dupla que vemos a liderar continuar aqui e vencer em Ponte Lima, eu diria que para o Rui Lacerda este será um dia perfeito.
Um dia perfeito para o Rui Lacerda, um dia perfeito para Portugal num título que nós nunca alcançámos.
Sim.
Portanto, tudo a correr bem, a C2 a vencer como nós estamos à espera. Vai ser a primeira vez que nós vamos conquistar a medalha de ouro nesta categoria de C2 masculino, a fazer um trabalho excelente, bonita esta visão aqui do drone, do Rui Lacerda e do Ricardo Coelho. Os atletas limianos lideram a C2 masculina a caminho de um título inédito para Portugal. Estes dois atletas por duas vezes terminaram no segundo lugar aqui em casa, a dar o tudo por tudo para que o ouro venha pela primeira vez para Portugal.
Olha, lembrar que o Rui Lacerda estava um pouco decepcionado pelo resultado na prova curta e ele foi quinto classificado. Ontem nós vimos-lo aqui a dar tudo até o último momento e ficou com a medalha de prata e, portanto, hoje se conquistar o outro, eu acho que é um percurso absolutamente ascendente e brilhante e nós aqui prontinhos para celebrar com ele.
É verdade, ele que quando passou aqui na última portagem, aquela cara de dor, era já o coração a bombear o possível e o impossível para conseguir manter-se na frente.
As emoções também.
Também ficou em segundo lugar, um segundo lugar que soube a ouro, ali atrás do grande campeão espanhol. Foi uma grande prova por parte do Lacerda. E ele que mostrou logo ao que vinha quando se mostrou desiludido com a classificação da prova curta, que era daquele tipo de provas que qualquer um podia ter vencido porque foi tão renhida, mas para já aqui na C2 a dar muito boa conta e acho que vamos ter aqui uma grande alegria dentro em breve.
Os limianos assumem como ponto de honra competirem aqui em casa e eu acho que é uma excelente opção e que nos tem trazido tantas alegrias. Vamos lá então.
Italian C2 running through the Portage in front of us. Do I mean Italian? No. There's no Italian on the list. What C2 was that? They looked Italian.
That's Italy.
Yeah, they're not on my list.
It was a K2 or C2?
C2.
C2? Yeah, it is. Quattro Colo.
Maybe their track's not working. So K2 coming up. So that's Quattrocolo and Cazzola in 8th place. I've only got 7 on mine. Now they're there. Jeez. Yeah, my laptop. I think it doesn't like the warmth of the sun. It's not used to it. K2's coming in again. It's the white boat from Hungary leading with Cinco and Chepe. Again, it's the Spaniards on the backwash coming in 3rd, but there's been no drama so far. 2 portages to go for the women's K2. 1 portage to go for the C2, and they're already at the bottom turn, the leading C2 from Portugal. I'm kind of hoping they do a bit of a celebratory portage with maybe a wave to the crowd. They've got time. I'd like that. I think that would lift the mood in the area.
Yeah.
Would be good. Women's K2 are going to be in first, though, for portage number 5 on lap number 6. Chepe, Cinco, been first into every portage so far. And it's going to be the same again this time. Very smooth. A little bit raggedy from the Spaniards, maybe. Through goes the red boat again of Hungary. They just run better, these two. You could watch any one of these portages and it could be any one of these portages. They've all been absolutely identical.
Yes.
And there they go, same again. Hard work for Chepe and Cinco to close that gap, but they will close it, and the Spaniards will get the ride with that. There they are, and they'll all close up again. And we're back to normal. White boat of Hungary going again on the outside, and change their mind. So, final portage for the C2 is our next bit of excitement. These girls are still doing well. Ray and Gomez still about only a minute behind the lead 3.
They lost 17 seconds in the last lap. The previous lap, they lost 22 seconds, so they are doing good.
They are doing well. They're staying ahead of Huey and Buenard, who are traveling with Caraballo and Figueras from Spain. They're coming through the portage now.
Comecem a preparar-se porque Portugal vai para a última portagem. Portugal lidera, Rui Lacerda, Ricardo Coelho vão a caminho de um título europeu inédito para as cores nacionais. Vamos para a última portagem. Portugal atacou há 2 voltas atrás, estão na liderança. Vamos lá, Portugal. Rui Lacerda, Ricardo Coelho a caminho do ouro inédito para as cores nacionais. Aqui está, última portagem para Portugal. Esta já não nos foge, cara de esforço para Lacerda na frente. Vamos lá, Portugal. Tudo a compor-se. Neste último dia de competições aqui a Ponte Lima, com os atletas
O sonho está ao virar desta portagem.
Está, sim senhor, e os atletas locais a brilharem no seu espaço, no seu terreno, no seu rio, tudo a correr bem, a entrada, só falta ir lá acima à rondagem e voltar para baixo para a celebração aqui com o público presente nesta chegada Campeonato da Europa de Maratona em Ponte de Lima.
Well, the Portuguese through. I'm not going to pretend, guys, that I wasn't a little bit disappointed that there was no recognition of the crowd there from the crew. A little wave would have been nice, maybe just a little smile, anything. But they're too. Oh, they let me down. They let me down. I appreciate the quality of what they've done, but there's their opponents just coming under the bridge in the background. Douro and Granat. They were with them for so long, but no longer. Also, just behind them, the K2s of Great Britain and Spain.
Espanha aqui a passar, seguem no segundo lugar.
Great Britain and Portugal. So,
Jaime Duro e Oscar Grana carimbarem a última portagem.
Brooks and Montana. Montana getting away slightly from Sousa and Moray.
A dupla nacional também cá está na penúltima portagem, é assim, Orlando?
Para as mulheres é a penúltima portagem, sim. A próxima será a curta, para a volta curta.
C2 on its triumphant journey back from that top turn. They'll see Douro and Grana heading up to the turn. They'll know they've got a lot of leeway here. So I am expecting celebrations as they come toward the finish line now.
I think we will hear some noise.
Well, I'm just hoping that they're going to, before the line, we need some celebration, pre-finish line celebrations from these two. They've done a great job out there today. They've got time.
E para quem está aqui a apoiar, não se esqueçam, falta menos de 1 minuto para termos os portugueses a chegar aqui e a conquistar um título inédito para as cores nacionais. Nunca, mas nunca, vencemos na C2 e é por intermédio dos atletas locais Rui Lacerda e Ricardo Coelho que estamos a caminho do ouro, estamos a caminho da vitória. Depois de muito trabalho feito durante a prova, eram eles aqueles que mais desejavam ouro.
Para os campeões da Europa!
Vitória para Portugal! Ouro para Portugal! Que prestação impressionante! Impressionante esta vitória! Esta vitória vale tudo! Que grande trabalho que foi feito por esta dupla. Eram os mais determinados, eram aqueles que tinham mais fogo de vitória. E aqui está, ouro para Portugal na C2 masculina. Finalmente, andavam atrás há tanto tempo.
Finalmente.
I don't know, my Portuguese wasn't strong, but just to check, are they pleased?
They look like. Fantástica vitória.
Dino e Ricardo Coelho a celebrar na água.
So it all seems fairly quiet now after that flurry of excitement. A Portuguese win, super welcome here in Ponte de Lima. Second place coming down towards the line now. Douro and Grana with the Portuguese for so long.
Para os vizinhos de Espanha, parabéns.
They'll be pleased to have come out on top of the Spain versus Spain competition. As their teammates round the top turn for the final time.
Orlando, então está cumprido a promessa, portanto a 8ª medalha prevista é mesmo de ouro. Portanto, previsões aqui tudo a correr da melhor forma.
E se calhar não ficamos por aqui. Tudo a correr bem, não ficamos por aqui.
Esta foi a penúltima regata deste europeu de maratona. Temos ainda para assistir à realização da última regata, que far-se-á no K2 sénior masculino, com a participação dos campeões do mundo nas 3 últimas edições, que são nada mais, nada menos do que o Fernando Pimenta e o José Ramalho.
Vai ser uma regata espetacular esta tarde. Vamos ver como vai correr para as cores nacionais. E também, deixa-me só, antes de irmos para a tarde, é que nós temos o K2 feminino ainda na água e as nossas atletas estão em competição e estão prestes a obter o melhor resultado dos últimos 30 anos, porque desde 95 que nós nunca ficámos acima ou abaixo do 5º lugar. Portanto, uma excelente prestação por parte da Maria Rei e da Maria Luísa Gomes, que seguem na 4ª posição, que têm feito um grande trabalho. Elas vão sozinhas desde o início. No grupo da frente temos 3 atletas, perderam 10 segundos na primeira para a segunda volta, 4 segundos a seguir, depois 22 e agora 17. Portanto, sozinhas têm feito um trabalho absolutamente fantástico. E tudo a correr bem, vão terminar no 4º lugar, o que é uma excelente prestação para a equipa nacional, numa altura em que termina o 3º classificado da C2 masculina, o Manuel Campos
e
com
o Diego Romero.
O Diego Romero, medalha de bronze para a Espanha. A Espanha faz 2º e 3º. Eles que acabaram por ficar para trás aqui antes de uma portagem. Aliás, depois da portagem foram os colegas da equipa que fizeram o trabalho de os deixar para fora.
E nós agradecemos.
Sim.
A abrir ali também caminho para que a dupla nacional depois pudesse afirmar na dianteira da prova.
Este é então o grupo da frente do K2 feminino. Mais atrás segue a equipa portuguesa,
que vai então fazer história, como bem referiste, aqui depois de 3 décadas a conquistar então o melhor resultado no feminino nas embarcações duplas. Elas serão então as rainhas desta manhã.
Sim, tudo a correr bem. Obviamente nós temos uma medalha que foi conquistada em Múrcia, outros tempos, diga-se de passagem, sem demérito nenhum, sem desprimor para quem lá esteve e competiu, mas eram outros tempos, menos quantidade, mas a qualidade estava lá, mas Portugal esteve e venceu, mas desde aí, efetivamente, nunca mais conseguimos fazê-lo, mas parece que hoje, tudo a correr bem, vamos conseguir terminar no 4º lugar, e numa categoria onde nós já não participávamos há muitos anos, desde 2019 que não nos fazíamos representar em campeonatos da Europa no K2 feminino. Portanto, não só nos fazemos representar, como estamos no 4º lugar. Termina agora a prova a equipa da Polónia, um pouco aquém das expectativas. A equipa da Polónia.
4th place for Poland there in the C2. They didn't finish yesterday, resting up for today, but this year it wasn't their turn. Just outside the medals for Poland. Meanwhile, one more turn, one more bottom turn, 1 portage, and the top turn left for these 3 with everything to play for still. Spain, Hungary, and Hungary. They've been in this group since the beginning. Denmark running through the portage. They were the early swimmers, Hansen and Nielsen. The Hungarians looking super strong. Spanish have struggled a little bit to be on terms on the portage. Do you feel that maybe the bronze medal is theirs? But who will win? Still 3 boats in it. Kisley pushing on round the turn. They're going to come out the turn first by the look of it. But have yet to come in. I think they did one portage where they led it in. But mostly it's been Cinco and Chepe getting to the portage first. Whether the red boat can hold them off this time. You do feel if Kisley gets into the portage first, they definitely run the quicker of the two boats, and that would put things firmly in their favour in terms of getting out of the portage first and winning the race round the short turn. Spain still hanging in there. Across the line now from Hungary in the C2 is Plusik and Ludani. 5th place for Hungary. Looks like it was a tough day out for those guys.
E o vosso apoio para a equipa nacional que vem aqui para a última portagem. É o nosso Sérgio Maciel com o Júlio Lopes. Vêm para terminar a prova, última portagem para Portugal. Vamos lá, Portugal. Falta pouco para o final, falta pouco para o final.
Hungary 2 across the line with Bacco and Laxo. And next to finish will be the crew currently on the portage, Maciel and Lopez from Portugal. Oh, a little bit of a stumble getting into the boat from the Portuguese. Here we go in the women's K2. Chepe.
Decision time.
And Cinco squeezing their way past the red boat of Kisley and Serafin. They're making it a long journey, but it doesn't seem to be anything that Serafin and Kisley can do about it. We're going to come into the portage exactly the same as we have every time so far. Just didn't seem to be that much of a response from the red boat there. Maybe saving for the big one, or maybe they just don't have the power that the other two have. This makes it a super stressful portage for that white boat. They have to be out clean, they have to run well, and most importantly, they have to get in clean. So far, it's been Kisley and Serafin have won every portage. Spain, 3rd out every time.
E para quem nos está a acompanhar aqui, esta vai ser a última portagem do K2 feminino. Vai-se decidir tudo aqui à nossa frente. Atenção, estão na última de 7 voltas. Esta é a 6ª portagem e aquela decisiva que vai decidir os lugares no pódio destas 3 tripulações, 2 da Hungria e 1 de Espanha.
Não há margem para erros agora, Orlando, porque isto vai ditar a posição do pódio.
Stress levels go up. Cinco, Chepe running long this time to hold their teammates off. They're up and out. So is the red boat of Kisley. They've got to duck round and they will run past them as they have every time. This time, Cinco and Chepe run a little harder, but it's not hard enough to hold off the charge. It's going to be same story again. Kisley, Serafin are going to get in the boat first. It's going to have to be another attack from the white boat of Cinco and Chepe. Away goes Kisley. Spaniards in, still in contact with the other two. Now it's going to be hard work. Kisley, Serafin working super hard. The white boat of Cinco and Chepe not making any ground on them at all at the moment. That is a very tidy K2, the red one. Across the line now from Portugal, while we watch the K2s go up to the top turn, is Maciel and Lopez, 6th position for them today. While we watch the women's K2, the gap stretch between the red boat with Kisley and Serafin and the white boat of Cinco Chepe.
O vosso aplauso então para a dupla Sérgio Maciel e Júlio Lopes, que terminam em 6º lugar.
The Portage has split that group up into a single file procession round that top turn, and the gaps are too big, I think, for anything to change from here. It's just going to be 1, 2 for Hungary, 3 for Spain.
E as nossas Marias a fazerem aqui a última portagem vão fazer história no feminino também.
Portugal in their boat. They've had a great day out. If only they could have made contact with that lead group on that second lap. Through come Hungary. Kisley Serafin just pulled away on this final lap.
Na frente vamos ter mesmo a confirmação da vitória de Kisley e Serafin para a Hungria. A Hungria vai fazer primeiro e segundo e aqui está a chegarem à linha de meta.
Last few meters for the Hungarians. Kisley takes her third medal of the championships. 2 gold, 1 silver for Kisley. Teammates across the line now, Cinco and Chepe. They're pleased with their day out by the look of it. They gave it everything they had. And third across the line, superb performance from the Spaniards. They are very happy to have made that journey with those 2 Hungarians. Osa and Barrios, great performance. All friends. Great to see that at the end of a race.
A bit different from the Spanish K2, Junior?
Yeah. Well, best forgotten. Spanish come in alongside the Hungarians there. I think hoping to join in the group hug, but it didn't come off there. Spaniards just going to follow them in. Boat measure in, boat weigh in. Pretty much a formality.
E dentro de breves instantes vamos ter aqui a chegada das quartas classificadas, as portuguesas Maria Rei e Luísa Gomes, atleta local. Elas que andaram sempre sozinhas no 4º lugar, perderam pouquíssimo tempo por volta. Nesta última volta perderam 6 segundos. Aqui estão, vão terminar no 4º lugar. É a melhor classificação de Portugal desde 1995. Já lá vão uns anos. Bonita esta imagem, grande prestação por parte desta dupla portuguesa. Maria Luísa Gomes no seu primeiro ano como sénior, depois de ter sido campeã da Europa e campeã mundial na época passada. Aqui está então a dupla portuguesa, quartas classificadas, atrás das duplas da Hungria e de Espanha. Aqui está o vosso aplauso então para a excelente prestação da equipa nacional.
Parabéns, meninas.
Melhor resultado de sempre nos últimos 30 anos. Fica esse registro então.
Great performance from these 2 today. On their own for so much of the way. They didn't lose much ground on the leaders.
E a começar a portagem, outra dupla nacional. O vosso apoio e aplauso para
Joana Marinho de Souza e Mariana Moraes.
Muito bem, vamos lá Portugal. Estamos quase a terminar a prova.
Spain finishing ahead of France with Carballo and Figueras just beating Huet and Boinard on the line. That's for 5th and 6th place. And then next to finish should be Brooks and Montagne from Great Britain, Souza and Moray from Portugal. It's all gone very quiet. Beautiful aerial shot of the area there. Nice square, restaurants all along the front there. It was really busy last night. Was anything special happening last night, or was it just that Saturday night in Ponte de Lima? That's standard, is it? It was quite bustling last night when I walked home from my dinner, because you went to the one that you were invited to that I didn't get invited to.
No, should be quiet because today it's a very important day.
Okay.
So the athletes needs to needs to rest, and it's the reason why the oldest village of Portugal decided to be quiet.
Okay.
So, you know, to get a gold medal today.
Medal table as it stands: Hungary 19, Spain 18, Portugal just ahead of Spain on the fact that they've got 4 silvers to Spain's gold. Great Britain 5, 3 of which belong to Will Short. Denmark with 2 gold and 1 bronze. Norway 1 of each. That's tidy, isn't it? It's nice when you get 1 of each. And Italy, Ukraine with 2, Germany 1, Poland 5, but no golds. Ireland 2, both from Butterley, and Czech Republic 1, and I didn't quite catch who was last. France
was the last
on
one.
the last one on the list. So medals well shared, but the lion's share going to Hungary as ever. Spain matching them closely though. Portugal doing well on the top end medals. Yes. Across the line now come Brooks and Montagne from Great Britain, 7th place for them. There's, oh, missed the results of the C2.
E numa altura em que se aproxima da linha de meta, a outra embarcação portuguesa, Joana Marinho de Sousa, Mariana Moraes, aqui estão na imagem, vão terminar a sua prestação. O vosso aplauso para a equipa portuguesa, 8º lugar no Campeonato da Europa de Canoagem Maratona. Missão cumprida.
Eighth place for Portugal there, across the line with Sousa and Moray. Two more boats out on course. Urquhart and Kreft from Great Britain. They'll be next across the line. And then Hansen and Nielsen, who took that unfortunate early swim, still on the course. They made a strong start. They were at the turn with the leaders, and then disaster struck. So we're looking forward to a bit of lunch, and then we will return for the final race of the week at this year's European Championships, and that's the men's K2.
Com isto, então, renovamos o convite para marcarem aqui presença, pessoalmente, para assistir à última regata deste europeu. É às 14h30. Até já. É isso, Orlando?
É isso mesmo. Até já. Vamos comer qualquer coisa para regressar às 2h30. Para a última prova do programa.
Lunch break. See you soon. Very soon, Ivan.
Have you got presentations before lunch?
No. We need to renew our energies before the prize-giving ceremony. So it's time to say
goodbye. I'm just going to watch the next crew come across the line, because that's the crew from Great Britain, Urquhart and Kreft. And then I do feel a bit of lunch coming on. So across the line now, in 9th place, Urquhart and Kreft from Great Britain. Their job done for the day. And that makes it lunchtime.